Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome to the MPL Arena for the last day of Week 4. Today's matches are crucial as it marks the end of the first half of the regular season. At ang unang magtatapat ay ang binoto niyong Star Match of the Week. Yan ang Falcons APBren and Fnatic Onic Philippines. Kaya wag na natin patagalin pa. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
Ho, 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 because we have a lot in store for you for the last day of week number 4. My name is Ian, together with me is, of course, Naisu.
That
Naisu,
threw
how
me
you
off.
doing? I just thought of it right now.
I was gonna say we're a little bit of ways from Christmas here, on, but you know what? I would have liked you to go and fit with the theme happening right now, all the cowboy stuff, all the Western stuff happening on our graphics.
Did you see Leo, though? He became a cowboy yesterday.
He did.
Because he definitely won the exciting matches yesterday. But of course, you can also be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid eSIM.
It is now available to go ahead and grab that in through digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos.
But speaking of only, we only witnessed sweeps yesterday.
The whole day.
Naisu. The whole day, 3-game series. What's your most memorable part of yesterday's matchups?
Oh man, that's tough. When I think about it, I guess one of them would be number one. One of the teams that were climbing for points here got their first one. That's Blacklist International as we look at it, which was great to see them come together. But also, I gotta say, man, the picks. I know Leo would say probably the Bane picks back to back, but for me, I'm gonna say it was great to see even the Gadakacha finally played here for the Philippines.
Yeah, twice in the roam position, especially by Chaknu. But looking at the standings, still Fnatic Onic remains undefeated in 4 weeks. This might be the game that ends their streak. We'll never know, but Falcons APBren are right behind them as well with Aurora MLBB. Smart Omega also playing later on against the team at the bottom of their standing, Team Liquid PH, and of course RSG Philippines. And Blacklist International finally has a point after beating TNC Pro Team, who sits at the very bottom.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that now that you mention it, TNC Pro Team, now that we're finishing this first half of the regular season, they have so much work to do ahead of them that nearly I feel like they've got to almost win every single game for the second half of the regular season. We'll see if they're able to do that, but this is what we got to highlight, man, the schedule for today, and it's kicking it off with the star match here.
Yeah, I know that you love to highlight the star match. So we'll just go through match number 2. It's Omega versus TLPH. We'll catch that later on. But Naisu, the star match, I know you had the trailer you didn't ask for.
The trailers you didn't ask for. Yeah, we're gonna try to do that every week. But yeah, this one, I mean, you know, who the F are you for? Yeah.
Who the F will win? Later on, again, Fnatic Onic, the Super Family, has yet to be beaten. They dropped 1 game. I think it was Aurora, right?
Yeah.
Aurora, but in match standings, they haven't lost a single one, and this is the last chance for the whole MPL, aside from Fnatic Onic, to beat the streak of the Sonics. And we'll never know. Maybe it's the Bees.
Well, the Bees, I think, is their favorite here. I would say if you ask, you know, I know we'll have probably our audience prediction later, you know, the whole poll and everything, but we'll see if the Sonics can go up to the obstacle here.
And I really love to see what the panel has in store for us. That's why Leo and Rockhart, how's it going?
Yo, what's up, guys? This is the Infinix Game Tambayan, brought to you by Infinix, of course, and I'm Rockhart, right here with Leo. How you doing today? And this is going to be a pretty long day, for sure.
I'm happy for 2 main reasons. Number 1, weather's actually cleared up. A lot of fans here in the MPL Arena at Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. Number 2 is, as mentioned by our casters, we're bound for a back-to-back bout of awesome MLBB. There's a potential for both of these to go actually the distance.
Yeah, 3 is the magic number today, folks. Before that, of course, Infinix GT20 Pro is the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. So we're going into this one with obviously a very undefeated team. Interestingly, it's Fnatic Onic Philippines. If you haven't heard it yet, obviously, again, all of them are going to be rocking that Infinix GT20 Pro. I wish I had one, but probably, after the season ends.
Hard same.
I'll probably get one. Anyway, last day of the regular season, first half, which means next week we'll have a few rematches. And I wonder what the rematch between these 2 teams are going to look like, because right now, you haven't really seen them play that way. And, again, it is Fnatic Onic Philippines with an undefeated streak. So it's synergy versus chemistry, I guess, here. The chemistry of a family and the synergy of a champion.
They are 1 game away from actually hitting the magic number of 7 in the first half. And standing in their way is 1/2 of the Titans of MLBB. This is actually one of the strongest starts we've seen in all of MPLPH franchise history. They're following in the footsteps of the likes of Blacklist International, Onsing Laro Bago Matalo, Echo in Season 9, Season 11, and Season 12, and then FCAP, who's standing in their way now.
That's right. And Season 8 was Blacklist this week. Season 11 match win streak. As for Echo for Season 12. Whew. And again, it's proving to be a very, very strong start, but it is going to be against a team that is currently the world champions of MLBB. I don't know how that's going to fare like, but you know what? They had their streak of their own as well, 6-match win streak, which was coincidentally ended as well by Onic Philippines.
A mirror. They say that history has a tendency to repeat itself. How about backwards? Is that possible? Could we see that here today?
Back in time. I don't know, man.
Looking at it now, Falcons APBren, this was a season that they lost, by the way, in the grand finals, 4-0 to Liquid Echo then. They started strong. Again, 6 straight, and then abruptly stopped by then Onic, now Fnatic Onic PH. Could we see a reversal of roles here?
We'll have to wait and see. Because right now, obviously, the match is going to dictate who's going to be the top seed of the first half, right? So, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people didn't expect Fnatic Onic's performance right now because of their lackluster playoffs run last season. And again, very, very much so against a team that, like FCAP, who has been consistently been on top. So, the question for you guys is, which will prevail? A family's chemistry or a champion's synergy? The championships. Man, there's just so much potential here, right? There's so much potential for so many things to happen.
Between synergy and chemistry, you have just a well-oiled machine in the world's defending champions, right? There's Falcons APBren. Chemistry, on the other hand, is something that you work on constantly. This is a work in progress for, a year and a half now since Fnatic Onic has been on this trust the process route. And if there's any team that knows what that's like, it's Falcons APBren. They invested, 2.5 years into building this super team. Now the super fam, they're on their way.
Yeah, no changes at all whatsoever to this team for like a few, almost more than a year now, or 2 years, almost 2 years. Right?
Just little tweaks.
Man, little tweaks, but right there, that's the key. That is the baked opinion. But right now, what is your opinion, guys? Who's going to win this matchup? Is it FCAP or Fnatic Onic Philippines? That's a pretty hot thing. Because to be honest, as good as Fnatic Onic Philippines is right now, undefeated, it's hard to say that against, if they're going to do the same against Falcons APBren, who was only defeated by Smart Omega in week 1, which again, they kind of attributed to just like fatigue from their non-stop international tournaments, international stints, right?
Bound to happen.
It was bound to happen, and it did. And after that, they actually bounced back really, really strong. So I don't know what you guys think, but we would love to hear that in the comment section. I know a lot of Bs are right there, a lot of Sonics. We want to know where your support lies, because right now, I would say it's a toss-up, and we were talking backstage. Feels like a game number 3 still.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be, right? It's Esports Sunday, man.
Look, if the other Titans, Liquid, took them to 3 games, FCAP should do the same.
We'll have to find out. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over the stage as our teams are starting to walk out into the battlefield, into the land of dawn. Let's see these teams on stage.
Because this time, it's Fnatic Onic Philippines making their debut dito sa Season 14. The question is, super pa rin ba ang FNOP family or Fnatic Onic Philippines?
Eyes on the prize! Fnatic Onic Philippines still undefeated dito sa ating liga.
Currently reigning at the top of the standings and looking to continue their dominating run. It's Onic time! Fnatic Onic Philippines!
Hindi po namin talaga expect yung ganito. Lahat naman po siguro hindi nag-expect ng puro panalo. Kumbaga, lang kami, moving forward lang kami na mag-improve pa.
Like they're so quick, wala silang pinapalagpas, laging merong galaw yung bawat isa and they know what it takes to be able to get a win.
Basically, family, pag-uusapan mo, merong yung disiplina ng tatay, disiplina ng nanay, etc. So, hindi naman siya yung sobrang tight na discipline. It's more of guidance and
I believe they really enjoy each other's company. Nagre-reflect talaga sa game nila kung paano yung relationship nila outside. Kumbaga, nararamdaman mo yung pag-aalala nila sa bawat isa na pag wala ka talagang makikita masyadong yun nga, mag-isa till a given point.
What makes Falcons APBren ba the Titans of MLBB in your opinion?
Para sa akin siguro yung chemistry namin. Para sa akin yun talaga kasi nung nagsimula naman kami, hindi naman kami parang mga star player sa mga role namin. Pero dahil matagal namin magkasama, nabuo yung chemistry namin.
Baracas! The host country has never won a World Series. Look to the stage. They kept the trophy here. They continued the domination. They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions. They are APBren.
I think it really boils down sa sa culture building. So we're past that na kasi. Culture building is one of the things that you do at the beginning of a team when you start it up. So, the moment that you have certain goals and goal setting as well. So when you guys are at the same page, definitely you will be motivated to reach those goals.
Siguro simula nung panalo kami nung season 12, nung nagtuloy-tuloy simula nung SEA Games, IESF, doon na binig yung namin, yung chemistry namin tsaka yung confidence namin sa isa't isa. So, ayun din yung lagi sinasabi sa amin ni Coach Daki na, tsaka yung boss namin na si Boss Iwi na tiwala lagi sa kampi at sa sarili.
Kami yung super extended family. Yun, marami kami dun Yun, kami na lang yun, super extended family or super nuclear family.
To get this show on the road, we have our star marshals, Jeff, Chico T, Pat, and Wilbert! Making their way on stage, one half of the Titans of MLBB. They trusted the process and they tasted international success. It's Few, KyleTzy, FLAPTZ, Ogwin, and Super Marco. They are Falcons APBren. And their opponents, looking for their 7th straight win. Here comes the Super Fam, made up of Super Prince, Brusco, Kirk, Kelra, and King Kong. They are Fnatic Onic Philippines. And their coaches, head of the super nuclear family, Coach Ducky. And the father of the super fam, Coach Why Not.
It's time for the face-off. King Kong, KyleTzy, step forward. And this time, we're gonna call back up Kelra, Super Marco. Step forward. King Kong, ano ang palag mo kay KyleTzy?
Real Sigma.
KyleTzy, ano ang palag mo kay King Kong?
Nakalipat na ako sa iba't ibang bansa.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. The Super Family versus the Titans of MLBB. Which team's chemistry is stronger? It's time to find out. Panel, paso.
Your ears do not deceive. We're talking chemistry here, and who has that more in spades than Falcons APBren, the reigning world champions of MLBB?
What more to show for it than a fully booked passport? KyleTzy dropped in his palag, telling King Kong, hey, I've flown around the world to play MLBB professionally. What you got?
Yeah, just facts, right? Just facts.
This year alone, I think they've gone to almost half a dozen countries.
That's right. They have stamped passports, for sure. And they didn't just fly, they won.
They won!
And that's going to be against, of course, the Super Fam, headed by the father, Tony. But where's the mother? That's a great question, right?
That's funny.
That's what I want to ask them later.
Oddly enough, just a quick story time. Prior to this roster being built up, they actually did that as a team building exercise. They asked who the mother, the father, the oldest sibling, like a family tree. Like they did that, and every single time, every person answered, the father is always why not.
Of course, of course. He's the head. He's doing everything he can, keeping the team together, and it's been working so far. And the stats also kind of just show that. Imagine keeping up with the stats of a world champion of a team that has basically defeated almost every single international tournament this year.
Carl, look at this. They're almost the same in terms of performance on every single stat, save for kill participation, which FCAP have the trump card on, while Fnatic Onic PH have turtle control.
Yeah,
turtle control have, I don't know, it's evolved in the past 6 months, wherein sometimes you could trade, and sometimes you just have to snowball from there. But I think Fnatic Onic are good at keeping that up.
For sure, for sure. Very rarely does that happen, by the way. Just have to add that. But here at Infinix, keys to victory. First off, for APBren, watch out for their pocket picks. What pocket picks are we thinking about here? Obviously, that's a lot for each and every role, right? For FCAP's flex picks, that's a very powerful thing that Ducky's also adding the draft.
Which I think is important because both on blue and red, you have the potential to flex and to pocket a few. You're talking about Kelra's Ruby. You're talking about Ogwin's Terizla. You're talking about Flap's Edith. And then you have Kirk's Grok.
Yeah.
So both teams have potential secret weapons against each other, and that's where Treb and Hayes come in. Treb and Hayes, man.
That's right. And the momentum, obviously, they're riding that automatically. Everyone, they're basically both undefeated except for APBren with that first week loss. But then again, kind of attributed to kind of just really weird factors. And yeah, I have to add in that Roger first pick priority that we can probably get. Falcons APBren has done it in the past as well.
Which is another point of contention because you can add that to the whole flex or pocket, like where is the Roger going? Which, by the way, is still in the S tier of gold lane picks, maybe only second to Harith. Harith right now is strong in red, so I think as soon as we see the side selection, when that gets updated and everyone knows,
right there,
that's when we'll know which heroes are going to be more likely to come through.
That's right. And even Roger's like really good in the jungle still, right? KyleTzy, it's a KyleTzy special. Super Marco's played it, so a lot of flexibility. And again, the power of the draft just cannot be understated. So we're gonna talk into that a little bit more later on. But for now, guys, again, I want to know who you guys think are gonna come out on top here for game number 1. I feel like the selection here for blue side is FCAP for blue side.
All right.
That's interesting.
So, best believe Fnatic Onic will definitely make the most of those tools that they got on the clapback. And this might actually open up the Ruby. So that tells me. But this week alone, Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, Ruby hasn't really been a stellar pick. Like
That's
she hasn't been up there.
It's been really high in week 2, then week 3 it kind of just fell off a little bit. But again, that doesn't mean it's not as good of a pick as it was in week 1 and 2. It's just really powerful, and I guess some teams are starting to shift priorities and kind of just try to expand their hero pools as well.
Yep. Now here we see the Harith being attacked, of course, by Coach Ducky, and the Zask. That's a Super Fringe special, and King Kong's Fanny. You have Fnatic Onic PH taking their, mandatory ban. Like, this is just homework right now. Upkeep, housekeeping, if you will. The chip ban.
Unsurprising.
And then the Hylos. The Hylos is a flex. Like, you don't know where that's going. That's an XP pick or a Roam pick. FCAP can do it either way. So now we're looking for one more. What's going to be left out in the open? The Roger still out there. The Edith still out there.
The Ling.
The Ling!
Oh my goodness, all right. Well, if you've been watching, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they love those assassin junglers. King Kong has been stellar in both the Fanny, obviously, and the Ling. That's why Fanny does get banned out a lot against this. But the Phobius, were you expecting that?
That's week 3 breakout hero. Definitely started to gain momentum starting there. And then starting this week, too. Like, it carried over. I think Phobius has close to 90% contest rate,
Very
if
solid.
not 100, starting week 4. So now what's left open again? The Ling, the Raj, the Zushin.
Oh my goodness!
There she is. She's usually banned here in this Phobius spot, and then since Fnatic Onic pivoted on that, Fnatic Onic let it through. So I guess Coach Tony, Coach Hayes, they should be open to this. They must have seen this coming.
In fairness, there's so many answers that actually they can go for here. I was super surprised at that. I did not expect the Zushin to come out here. There's the Edith and the Roger, usually very favored for FCAP, now being picked up by Fnatic Onic Philippines. The question is, will they go for the Jawhead here? Obviously, very potent combo with that Zushin.
Yeah, Jawhead is usually banned in the second phase here, especially blue. Blue 4 and 5 bans, that's usually where Jawhead shows up. But here, let's see if Falcon's APBren is capable or willing to open that up, Which F is going to win?
Which F is going to win?
I swear. Like,
that is correct.
Off the side, like the whole Falcons fanatic, if you say that 5 times fast, it's going to get you.
It's going to get you, and I hope it doesn't. There's a Julian, kind of securing that jungle role for KyleTzy.
Confirmed.
And I wonder if they're going to go gold lane here, or if they will try to pick up that roam. That's something. Owen's very flexible, as honestly, he has a really big hero pool in Rome.
Yeah.
But I wonder, there it is. They're not going to go for it yet. KyleTzy's going to get his Charisma.
Yeah, that's in their top 5 picks all season long, season 14. So putting the Terizla into the first phase for Falcons APBren doesn't really tell you much. Because they've played Rome Terizla in the past. So Ogwen can rock that. Let's see now how Fnatic Onic will close off their draft. Why is neither team going for the Ling? The Ling is wide open, fam.
Wow. No, if I would be super surprised if Ling doesn't make an appearance here. I would be super surprised.
I think it's likely because they're not rushing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a gambit where Fnatic Onic was trying to bait out. Pick the gold lane now. Pick the gold lane, and then they'll swerve the Roger.
Honestly, I was thinking about FCAP picking up the gold lane right there,
like
but
Moskov.
they didn't.
Like a Moskov or something.
Even when all is for
And
they leave it up.
They're holding it out.
They leave it out. It's so interesting.
I actually like the Vexana into Zushin matchup. Because as the Vexana, you outrange the Zushin. And you make non-fights out of engagements in the early to mid. When it's a big 5v5 and you have initiative, that's where the Zushin kind of wins. But that aside, unless you can find the Vexana, like with a deep cut, which by the way, no one from Falcons APBren can do that just yet. There's no clear jump in. Wow, how can you find the Vexana now?
Looking for the Vexana. Obviously, it's more frontline here, right, for FCAP. It's going to be very difficult, especially if, knowing Super Friends, he plays a very mean mid lane. He plays one of the safest mid lanes.
That's the word I was looking for.
Right?
Is that Obito?
It's what the
From the hit series Naruto?
Really?
Hey, careful with the jutsus you're rocking, man. Whoa!
Oh, whoa!
He looked into my soul.
Oh, man. That got me chills, man. That was chills. It's great having the franchise, though. But right now, hopefully we'll get them in the franchise soon.
Like a collab.
Like a collab skin, maybe.
There's the Lolita. Oh, I see what Fnatic Onic was looking through. And now, Falcons APBren, the gambit reveals itself. That's why they weren't picking gold or Rome just yet. The Lolita Hanabi was still out there, and the Lolita is the stronger of the two, by the way. If you were able to just pick one of them, the Lolita's strong. Ogwin did amazing work with the Lolita Friday night earlier this week. So now, Falcons APBren ban out a jungler and a gold lane just to make sure where the Roger goes. And here's a quote by Kelra. What does it say?
So win streaks are, it can end, especially for playoffs, right? So they say playoffs is the target. That's when we will find it out. Apparently. So apparently they're not so much into this streak thing that we keep talking about.
I agree, Dwayne.
And you know what? That's very mature, Mr. Dwayne.
I agree.
Say, right?
I agree. He's exhibited so much growth in the past year alone. 2024 has been quite the stellar year for the gold standard, the Filipino Savage, Kelra. Now here we go. The fourth pick here for Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Grok. So we still don't know.
That's actually a great steal.
This is a unclear pick.
Yeah.
It's not specific.
Exactly.
Great
I love
work. It's still a flex. Now how does FCAP close it off? Again, still lacking a roamer and a gold laner. The Moskov is still open.
The Moskov. I love the Moskov.
The Claude would be great because we were talking about how to find Super Prince in the back. Pick up the Claude.
Yeah, BMI inside. I mean, right from the back. Like, you can do that in so many moments. Plus, not to mention, that might have a problem later, especially so many cancels. But look at that. They go for Moskov instead. I was going to say the Claude
Whoa. Oh, Carl. Rome Terizla.
Oh my goodness.
Rome Terizla. I don't see a world where it's Rome X-board.
It's not. It's useless. The damage there is like, what are you doing, man?
Sounds like you tried.
It's like you tried. Exactly. So
sounds like you tried.
I don't know. That's a big curveball. I wonder what Fnatic Onic Philippines is going to do against that. I do not expect that at all.
I understand why it's the Moskov, because it does better against the Ling, who can still show up.
Oh, it's open. It's open.
That's why. If it was the Claude, best believe the Ling would have a better time against the Claude. So
For sure.
FCAP says, you know what? Pick the Moskov. Better answer. And even if this was the Ling, still wouldn't do much against the X-board. So it's a solid pickup. And
wow.
Yesterday's Joy!
Wow,
and in
all
the
right.
week 1 too. DK played a Joy in week 1. So yesterday in week 1's Joy! In the hands of King Kong!
All right. So the King Kong, the King Kong, the Joy has had some pretty 50-50 performances. There are Joys that actually fell off. Yeah.
There's a reason why she's tier C.
That's right. But right now, honestly, with the situation that they find themselves in, why not says, you know what? Why not the Joy, right?
Why not?
Why not the Joy? I love it. Honestly, the Grok is a great steal, but the Joy could have been the Ling. Something that we can probably talk about more later on. But the question is, Leo, I mean, I don't know if you think the same. Well, what do you think of that draft?
I think right now, looking at the potential for FCAP to actually just take him, I think it's fantastic.
Say again?
Absolute cinema is what we witnessed during that draft, because it's the Super Family's chemistry going up against a champion's synergy. Welcome to the English Desk. This is the star match of week number 4. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu.
Yes, sir.
And Naisu, what can you say? I know we called the draft absolute cinema, fantastic, but realistically, okay, who are you leaning towards, especially in the early to mid game?
Man, I don't know. I love both drafts here. It's tough to decide, especially when we were going through the draft with our boys over there on the panel, but this one I can see going anyway, but look how much damage also Fnatic is just going for. Triple Warcry Emblem.
Oh!
They want the damage here and now.
Oh my goodness. So it's Kirk, it's King Kong, and it's Kelra. So you can expect a really aggressive rotation from Fnatic Onic. And it actually makes sense, but look at this first.
King Kong? Already going to get knocked up and just baked here. KyleTzy will go ahead, pick up the kill early on.
Okay, so that's the dilemma. But wait, Few!
Oh no. He should be fine. Super Prince flickers out Few as well. A whole lot. I mean, this is what we expected, Ingan.
Okay, so that's the dilemma of having 3 Warcries. You know, you think you have enough damage, you have enough to burst down the members of Falcons APBren, but the problem is Falcons APBren, they're ready for it. They're ready for those kinds of aggressive lineups. That's why they have FLAPTZ to dish out the damage, to burn the bulky heroes, and at the same time Ogwen. But for me, the problem, I think, is the mobility of the roamer of Falcons APBren. What do you think?
You think it's the mobility? I think at this point, honestly, he has one job, man. It's land those penalty zones. When he has the flicker, that's great. And Ogwen, honestly, that's all he has to do. Right now, though, the battle for this turtle is going to break out. Not sure if they commit to it. Looks like King Kong will just go ahead and secure it out. They bring Brusco back here. The Flare's going to be there, too. Another trip back to the fight. Revenge strike landed, but it's not enough to kill Brusco.
Oh, but now they're focusing their eyes on this purple buff. And now this is where the stats come in. We've seen a while ago that in terms of turtle control, Lord control, Fnatic Onic has the edge. But that's the thing. Falcons APBren, they don't care about neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kill. Similar to what we've witnessed last season with Echo, wherein they just use the neutral objectives as bait.
Let me ask you, since you asked me, I'll ask you.
Okay.
What do you think of a Terizla roam? Because now we're seeing more and more unique roam picks.
Okay, I honestly don't like it. Again, you have the Brave Smite and the Body of Smith to be as tanky as possible. But as the roamer, you're the first man first. You need to be the frontliner. You need to secure those brushes for unexpected penalty, those zone flickers. But the problem is, again, the mobility. I know the emblem set of Ogwen has the 2 boots, but still up against a Grok.
You just feel like he's not fast enough.
Yeah, he's not fast enough.
Which, I mean, yeah, anybody that's played Terizla is like, man, this guy is slow.
Yeah,
but there's a reason like he's slow. Your whole job is obviously to be this. I mean, his passive is literally Body of Smith, right? He is going to be this heavy character. But I think still there's value to be said with you have Terizla. Your job is to get the penalty zone. If you manage to lock down multiple members, then you play into the last Insanity, right? Coming out from FLAPTZ here. Not to mention, everything is like in this radius or a circle. The enhanced chains as well from the Julian pick, and that's why we see the Julian pick up so often now in certain combinations. The Jushin was a surprise to me too for Few, just because honestly, like coming into the regular season, we expected to see her a lot, but then she kind of fell off a little bit for picks wise, and she's more niche here.
I think it's a good answer against Brusco. Even if it's a Grok with a passive power of nature that he becomes CZ immune, we've seen Brusco play recently always zoning out, doesn't care about the damage output of the opposing team. That's where Few comes in. Making sure that, hey, Brusco, are you sure you want to zone out? Are you sure you want to frontline? But now the teams are starting to turtle. It's an even ball game.
All right, going to grab him back too. Brusco goes in with a flicker wild charge, gets the knock-up. Now just going to go ahead and sacrifice himself, getting thrown around as Brusco falls. But Fnatic Onic, King Kong, wanted the objective, and they get the second turtle of the game.
Okay, again, that for me, that's a worth it trade for the Bees. They let go of the turtle, but still, they have the gold lead. And again, KyleTzy picks up a... Was it Kyle or Few?
That what?
They got the kill onto Brusco for that second turtle. I think it was Kyle. I'm just assuming it's Kyle. But again, still a worth the trade for Falcons APBren. Now the main question here is...
Oh!
Wait!
There's the penalty zone we were talking about. They're going to try to drag Super Friends. Eternal Guard drop down too. Has to pop the beacon. They might still go for more. They drag King Kong back. He dodges it. And FLAPTZ will go in under the wall, under the turret, as he gets Spear Destruction. Oh, multiple members. I don't think you pull the trigger on that, even if you are Super Marco.
You get again, there's the Deathly Grasp coming in from Super Friends that could easily terrify the Super Marco. So still, the discipline of both of these teams are still here. A little bit of an overextension from FLAPTZ, although I thought it was a win because he was able to expend the flicker of Super Friends. But Brusco once again, man. Always ready with those unexpected wild charge plays.
Yeah, it's a wild Brusco half the time, and honestly, that's what he's got to do. Like, he's got to make those decisions, and sometimes FCAP, the way they're playing, you know, they're going to press those situations. They're going to put the pressure on any team that they play up. It's almost like they're just limit testing this super family, right?
Yeah.
That's what they have to do for this. You even heard it. If you guys didn't catch that built-up video, the one for both these teams, it was amazingly put together, and a great interview, too, from, of course, both of the coaches on how these teams have built their own version of chemistry and synergy all together here. Again, Brusco goes in with Wild Charge. They're going to try to catch Few. Flickers on out. Pops the beacon as well. We'll be back to safety, and now with everything, Turtle, third one of the game. Is it going to go to Fnatic again?
Okay, Few also pops his Purify here, so Limited resources for Falcons APBren coming into this third turtle. The last 2 turtle takes went to Fnatic Onic, but Falcons APBren manages to find the trade with 2 kills. And this time it's going to be a 5-on-5. Who's going to get the turtle here? It looks like King Kong still.
Wow, even with that. But is there a counterplay here? FCAP pops a conceal. I don't think they're going to find anything.
But look at Marco, though.
3 for 3 objectives. Marco pushing on the bottom side, as he should, as the Mozcop.
Okay, evens out. The turret takedowns, 1 for 1. 1 in the bottom, 1 in the top for these teams, respectively. And Falcons APBren still holding on to this gold lead as King Kong commits a Grand Theft Purple.
What do you think of the Joy, man? Like, I know we saw it yesterday as well. Are you liking it in the mix-up of all the assassins we've seen so far in the jungle?
I mean, for me, I'm biased against, honestly, the Joy and the Nolan. I honestly don't like playing with those kinds of heroes because it's really hit or miss. Like,
so your bias is you don't like them?
Yeah, against them.
You're against
I don't like it. It's like a hero that either you win with it or lose with it. There's no in-between. There's no 50-50 when it comes to those heroes, for me personally.
Well, again, you know, even with that, I think Joy, she shakes things up enough, or like Joy, this shakes things up enough in the meta of the constant Lings, the Hayabusas, the Nolan, of course, still there.
The Fanny, yeah.
Fanny for certain teams, but like Joy is one of those ones where like you are literally just trying to keep up with Joy for the most part, and that's why I said I was even happy yesterday when we got to see the Bane back-to-back, just showing some different flavor, I would say, into the jungle here, and Joy definitely serves that purpose for Fnatic in this game. And if you look at the past minute where there's nothing crazy happening in these team fights, they've gone and whittled down that gold lead that FCAP had.
You know, I've been noticing a lot of head-to-head matchups between the junglers. We've been seeing, you know, assassin junglers always meeting 1v1 like this happening right now.
KyleTzy gonna go in, enhanced sword. Oh, Kirk though, looking to pick up the kill. Won't be able to get it. Already using the Primal Raft. He might be forced to fight. Super Prince there dropping down the Eternal Guard, and they disengage from it. Good backup from both sides of the teams.
Okay, so that's 3 ultimates wasted for Fnatic Onic and 2 used up as well for Falcons APBren. 3 turtles was secure by Fnatic here. And I think this time Falcons APBren, either they go for the Lord or at least get 2 kills. So Fnatic Onic doesn't manage to utilize that very first Lord, and even the lead has switched to the side of the Sonics. And looking at the map, a lot has happened, a lot of rotations has happened, but seems like only 2 towers have been taken down. A relatively slow game despite, you know, a lot of almost kills.
Close fights, close kills.
Fights, yeah.
I mean, even with that, man, like looking at this, Kelra, you know, he's got the Sky Piercer, but really hasn't been able to find any kills just yet. And even on the other side, it's just like FCAP is slowly cooking. Like they're slowly building up here, especially with the fact that, again, that you do have, you know, some tankier front lights to deal with. You do have to get through Brusco if you're FCAP. But additionally, as the game drags on longer, maybe this ends up being a 20-plus minute game by the way things are going. You know, I feel like it's going to be more difficult for Fnatic to even deal with, for example, the FLAP-TZ on this export.
Yeah, I was about to mention that if ever the Lord dances do extend and Flap just constantly uses those flamethrowers, it's going to be an easy game for Falcons APBren, but right now they're charging onto few. King Kong has to use the Rhythm of Joy to escape that Lantern Flare. Now Falcons APBren, they have Super Marco here in the middle lane. Wow, at this point, it just looks like a chess match, like just waiting for each other's move. Who's going to attack first? Because at this point, I think even if Brusco manages to find a wild charge, with the kits that Falcons APBren have, they can easily turn things around, the Clash especially.
This is one of the things that really reminds me of, you know, how teams, for a while, especially last year, they were looking, Brusco should be fine. Yeah. So they were looking at FCAP. Oh, he wants to fight, goes in, conceal, wild charge to follow it up. Here's Super Marco firing back, and now Oakwood goes in with the penalty zone. Won't be able to lock it down because of the power of nature, and now gets taken out of the picture. Last Insanity already popped as well. Still going to be looking for more. Kirk goes in, pops the Primal Wrath. Couldn't pick up a kill. It's only Oakwood that goes down.
Wow.
Does Fnatic on it go for the Lord here?
I think they have to go for the kill, either pick up onto Brusco, because right now a lot of resources have been expended. And now Brusco suffers the brunt of the Lantern Flare.
Good backup here. They're going to jump in. Kelra going for the kill. Has to flicker defensively. And now Kelra. Oh, the Spirit is back to land. And here comes Super Marco. Able to pick up a double. Looking for the next one. Is this the triple? He comes. He shows up. Grabs the kill. And now they're going to be able to get the Lord. Super Marco, does he want more? Kirk's just around the corner. I don't know what Kirk's going to accomplish here, but still, what a play. What an entrance from Super Marco.
Arriving in style and looking at the Infinix instant replay. When you thought Fnatic Onic had the upper hand, one Spear of Destruction was all they needed from the bulletproof Marco as he teared down the battlefield. That was 3 kills. A kill was picked up by FLAPTZ, but look at the lead, 2.8k gold lead. They executed that clash to perfection.
Dude, I don't know what it is. Super Marco, a lot of Mozcos players do this. You don't see them for the majority of the game because they're just, farming up, doing their thing, sitting in a side lane. And then it comes down to one of those fights, one of those objectives where it's like, yep, there's one Spear Destruction, boom. We turn it around. And then you really feel that Mozcov. And then it looks like Fnatic's going to try to make a counterplay with this push here. They already used the conceal. They're going to crash down. Penalty zone there as well. Again, the Spear's going to come following up. And now King Kong will get taken out of the picture. And there's Kirk as well. As FCAP looks to crunch down, close down under the turret. The Lord finally goes down, but Fnatic Onic down 2.
Oh, down 2 inhibitor turrets here for Fnatic Onic. Still 4 members.
Let's see if they can do
minions.
it. They're going to try to keep it together, and Brusco goes for the sacrifice, but it might be too late. They can't clear out the minions. FCAP goes for more kills, but they go for the base as they take game number 1.
What stands in the way of the Super family is none other than Super Marco.
Whew. Super Marco, man. The Spear Destruction just shows up, and this is what I love. You just look at him, take a look at him after this. He's always just calm and collected. He smiles a little bit, and he knows he did a darn good job.
The most quiet person in the Falcons APBren team is the most outstanding one. And I really need the panel to explain what happened. Leo and Rockhart, please take it away.
You know what's funny? I'll just open this up, man. We were literally eating because we were kind of expecting. We agreed with Naisu when he's yeah, we're right there. We were we were expecting a 25 to 30 minute game.
Because Naisu said, yeah, Joseph said, oh, I wouldn't be surprised if this went,
And we completely agree. You know, we could probably eat some snacks. But you know what? We rushed everything through it. Whoa, Super Marco's flying in, bro. And I was actually shocked. Honestly, we're talking about how, wow, Fnatic Onic is so good.
Yeah.
For a moment, for actually a lot of moments there. But you know what? He decides to make something happen.
Oh, wow, Super Marco. He turned the game around. Look at that smile on his face.
Wow.
Look at the smile on Requetiano's face.
And he is super, like they mentioned here on the caster desk, Super Marco, man. He farmed up for just a little bit.
Yep.
4-0-3. Bam! Goes the dynamite.
He was fashionably late.
Fashionably late.
I guess up until the, what seemed to be 9 or 10 minute mark, the game was at deadlock. And then suddenly, the fight went long enough, the Lord dance, if you will, went long enough for Fnatic Onic PH to forget that, hey, where's Marco? To be fair, maybe they do have eyes on Marco, but they didn't expect for Falcons APBren to pull the trigger when this moment right here, 11:41, we audibly gasped. Expletives were shouted out.
He has it on camera.
Off broadcast, and that was the tipping point.
Yes. I think it's very easy to miss, like you mentioned, because number one, the Sushin is very disruptive. Like, your mind's always on avoiding that lantern, but when he does come in, when the main core comes in, look at that. Unbelievable.
And because of that singular play, that one moment, suddenly, a 20 or 30, literally gold, 20, 30 gold swing back and forth turned into 4,000. And because of that, led to a Lord, led to a push, and you could have held your breath. The game was over.
Snap of a finger. It raced to a point where, you know what, they couldn't fight. Fnatic Onic Philippines couldn't fight.
And it's not like Falcons APBren did anything too out of the ordinary. Sure, they prioritized a little bit more of a tankier three-man from the front, one of them being a woman, being Jushin, right? You put the COD on Jushin, so the longer Few engages with his spells, the more hybrid defense he has to actually put up a solid, well, fake wall. Like they are Fnatic Onic PH are more willing to try and kill him. And then suddenly, that's where Ogun comes in with the penalty zone, which is more like a delayed penalty zone a lot of times. And of course, FLAPTZ pulling the trigger on the last Insanity. And I get it now. Carl, I get it now. That's why the fights took a little longer to set up. Yeah. Is because that's what that's what Falcons APBren wants. They want the back and forth,
yeah.
And then bang, right in the smacker. Super Marco comes in and ends the fight.
It was very deceptive, and we're also seeing one of the reasons why Zushin does get banned out a lot, right? The hero just does things like this, right? Especially in the hands of a very capable player like you.
Yes.
It's very disruptive, and it gives a lot of leeway for heroes like the Moskov to shine in later parts of the game. And this Rome Terizla, man, I was having some doubts. I'll be honest, I was having a lot of doubts on it. But the most Ogun was doing was throwing out the penalty zone, just walking away. He's not really soaking that much damage.
Not really. Teromzla was used in this very same way the last time Falcons APBren brought it out in an outing, maybe. I don't even remember if it was in MPL or somewhere else.
It was a while.
But it did its job. It's a very similar job to FLAPTZ's, and that's what makes this strat such a niche strat for Falcons APBren to bring out now in the face of Fnatic Onic PH, who does this strat very well. Like this whole Grok on Brusco, Edith on Kirk thing very well, wherein it's a well read out strat that coming down to the draft, all right? Let me remind you folks, the whole Terizla thing did not come up until the very last moment where Falcons APBren picked an X-Borg and the Moskov last two, and then the Joy had to come through.
It was a swap-a-roon.
I'm pretty sure that Joy wouldn't have been a Joy if not for the Moskov.
That's right. I guess the Joy was put there as like a Band-Aid, right? For something that probably was kind of unexpected. Honestly, a lot of people would have not expect that Rope Terizla to come in.
A strong Band-Aid. Much like Aurora MLBB last night, they had to pick the Joy because of what their opponent did. Here, it's the same thing, but Falcons APBren made up for it in execution.
Yeah, very, very well executed. I think people would definitely agree. 2 spears to the heart of the fam. That is unbelievable. That spear destruction. The timing was perfect. The aim was perfect. He predicted where the low HP members were going to land, and he hit them multiple times, especially in that first spear. Unbelievable.
And he hit him when it mattered.
The timing as well,
exactly.
when he went in.
Because I think, folks, I don't know if you agree with me, but in the past week or past 2 weeks, Moskov has been relegated to A+ or S- in the tier list. Because you would still rather go Roger Harith. A lot of teams would go Roger Harith and then slightly building back up his Claude. That's why now Moskov, you got to watch out and you have to be specific how you use the Moskov. Last night, Omega, Big J, played a very good Moskov. Here today, Super Marco doubles down on that. Reminds us why Moskov has to be respected.
Yeah, especially for players that really do main the hero. I feel like Moskov's a great hero, but in the hands of like people who love playing that hero, it does really shine. You can really tell that they're very comfortable throwing those multiple spears, very high attack speed spears. And very happy to actually also flex that. Again, so many flexible options in the gold laner right now. They didn't even bother banning it out that much. You were mentioning Claude as well.
Yeah.
Probably could have slotted in here as well.
Exactly. It was, again, a chess match like the first half of the game.
Yeah.
It was a chess match between the draft is, all right, what are you willing to trade out? What are you looking for? All right, Super Friends is going to wreak havoc if you don't find a way to cut right through him. Or why don't we just cut right through all of y'all, pick up the Moskov, swerve the Terizla. All right, looks like the Ling is a no-go. Let's go Joy. That's what I assume, or that's how I see in my head what happened in that draft.
I was also thinking, what if the Ling did make an appearance in that last one? That might have been a bit of a different story. Maybe more people, maybe Super Mark would be more hesitant to go into the fight. Because right now, it didn't feel like he had any hesitation whatsoever to go into these fights.
It's not like Marco ever hesitates. It's more of the landscape and the atmosphere of that game allowed for Marco to do exactly what he wanted to do. There was very little that kind of bothered him, right? He was also rocking a Purify, if I'm not mistaken, and that allows for him to not just be not afraid of Brusco or Kirk, just let him do Marco things.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to talk about that maybe there, because we got Mara right up on stage with energy.
All right, everybody, it's our time. It's
Onic time!
Nandito tayo sa panig ng Fnatic Onic Philippines at kasama natin ang ating Smart Community Team. Erica, how are you?
Okay lang po, medyo kinakabahan po.
It's okay, huwag kakabahan. Nakikita natin na you're a Fnatic Onic Philippines
Yes
fan.
po.
Sino sa kanila ba yung pinaka-paborito mo?
Since season 12 po talaga, ay pinapanood ko po siya, si Super Prince po.
Oh, si Super Friends. Bakit si Super Friends?
Ano po kasi, kakaiba po kasi yung gameplay po niya, tsaka humble lang din po siya.
Pagkakataon mo na, anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Galingan mo.
Galingan mo. Galingan mo, Super Friends. Oh, meron tayong mga promotion dito. Nakita ko, meron kang mga merch dito. Ano ba dapat abangan ng ating mga fans para dito pag nanonood sila ng live dito sa venue, MPL Arena?
So, yung mga fans po ng Onic po, may chance po kayo makita yung mga MPL players po, yung favorite nyo po. Then, pwede rin po kayo mag-avail po sa amin ng merch po. Ayan po. So, as you can see po yung mga suot ko po. Ayan po.
At saka, pwede rin meet and greet.
Yes po. May chance po kayo na makita nyo po yung mga idol nyo po sa Onic po. And may chance po kayo makapag-picture po sa kanila.
Paano naman yung mga nanonood sa atin online? Ano yung mga promo natin para sa kanila?
So, yung mga mga timbahay po, meron po tayong live stream po na pwede nyo po silang panoorin.
O imbitahan natin lahat ng ating mga manonood para supportahan ang paborito mong koponan and to
So,
watch.
Hello guys, especially po sa Sonics po. Supportahan nyo po yung Fnatic Onic Philippines po. So, ayun.
All right, once again, everybody, it's our time. It's
Onic time.
We're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
You know what? That Onic time sounded eerily like the sticker.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, that was funny. So right now, obviously the Onic fam is super
Sonics.
duper. The Sonics, right? They're super. No, I mean, the team's super, but like you mentioned this, they expanded a lot.
Yeah.
man. There's so many.
I'd reckon maybe by a factor of ×3 or ×4 in size. But I get it. We were referencing how even a fan of the RSG Raiders was once a fan of the Minana boys here in Fnatic Onic PH
Right
now.
there.
So that means it's a very diverse, a welcome fan club.
That's right. And we hope you also are part of that. Maybe if you are, let us know. Sound off the comments. But for the meantime, catch the biggest Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. That's the official thing. Where you also get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. More on the WeTrend Facebook page.
I was going to say, you would know. You're there.
Oh, yeah. That's
You
right.
cast for We Are Legends.
I'll suggest. For the meantime, obviously, that's a lot of like grassroots tournaments, like MDL teams as well. So watch out for that. Very, very fun. Very much so. For the meantime, though, let's look at the MPL Arena for the Index Salon Beauty. Who is going to be the next Index Salon Beauty? Let's highlight the very, very attractive people.
Hold up!
On
Is that Chacha Pega?
It does look like Chacha Pega. Do you guys know who Chacha Pega is?
Next to Irish of Infinix?
Exactly.
We have many friends.
Yeah, we kid. We're friends with him. Right now, obviously, for Index Salon, keeping us very much, what's the term? Keeping us sufficient for broadcast. I don't know what that term is. Keeping everyone
looking good.
Looking good.
Index takes care of us.
There you go.
Thanks to Index Salon.
And they don't charge me as well. So
Oh no, that's part of the package.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you so
You're part of the MPL fam. We got you covered.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
Index Salon. I'll be dropping by this week.
You will. That's interesting. I'll go with you.
Okay.
But for the meantime, game side selection here is Fnatic Onic. Of
course.
Blue side.
Of course.
Of course.
Even if you do say that last week it tried to equalize, I think the numbers still state that blue side still wins the majority of the
I think
games.
the last tally of Reppy Boy is like 55-45 now.
Yeah,
or 6 more
but
bat.
given the nature sweeps, I'd reckon it's closer now to 53, 47.
Going down. Really?
Something like that, but still very unhealthy. Still far from 50-50.
Yeah, that first pick, I don't know if you guys agree, but the first pick, a lot of teams really have so much utilization
For
of that.
sure.
Even though it's just one hero, right? These teams here in the MPL, they're really flexing so hard.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Again, even games as old and as, you know, beloved as chess still has the first move advantage that up to this day, they're figuring out how to solve. If there's anything that we can pick up from this is it's just the nature of the beast. Like, even games as competitive and as diverse as MLBB have to deal with that. So, with that said, now we really test the mettle of the Titans of MLBB, the red side prowess of Falcons APBren.
Red side prowess. Obviously, a lot of teams also love that two picks. Some teams really do favor the red side. You see that sometimes. I don't know if you guys noticed down there.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do pick up red, and there are very specific compositions that love that two picks.
Aurora kind of likes
Aurora.
red. Aurora would enjoy red sometimes. Blacklist, Coach Bonchan has his days with red. But now, going into the draft, you see, haha, Coach Why Not? He's at it.
Oh, I
No Moskov, no Jushin, no Hylos. Luckily, they're on blue, so they don't have to ban the chip. So this does allow for them to do some respect bans. Well, Falcons APBren take out the chip, the Fanny. Would not be surprised if they ban out a Zask as well, or a Harith.
Oh, there you go.
Zask or Harith, whichever.
Zask, I feel like, is a good first pick for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Obviously, he's really still very powerful.
So
in hands
good.
of Super Friends, Faramis is something that has been rising in popularity recently. Again, surprised that it did dip, but honestly, Faramis is super duper good. But then again, it's probably going to come in later into this. The Phobius is becoming the staple now.
How about neither? They want to be able to pick up at least one of them on the clapback, so they take out the Phobius. This is the same spot where Fnatic Onic banned out the Phobius. And there is the Roger, of course, so still open. The Edith, the Zask, the Harith, and the Trizla. They want to pick up the Trizla this early.
87% blue side win rate here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. What else do you need?
That's what you get when you're on a streak. That's what you get when you're on a streak. And for the first time in, what, a couple of weeks, at least since they faced off against Liquid PH, Fnatic Onic tasted defeat, man.
Yeah, they're on the back foot now.
What?
That's saying something.
This match point for FCAP. They do pick up the Zask here, and the Theresa. See what I tell you?
There it is.
What I tell you?
And again, the Fnatic Onic Philippines kind of doing exactly what FCAP loves to do as well with that Roger. Put it up on first, make it a flex for Kyle, make it a flex for Marco.
They go get Edith here?
Yeah, but probably going to go
Edith Harith?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, not yet.
Because they
Probably not yet.
want to keep the Roger mystery as for as long as possible.
Yes.
But if they do that, FCAP might pick it up on the swing back.
I mean, they could go for a mid laner if they want to kind of keep that out of check. But yeah, you're right. Edith actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Still a flex. I mean, still a flex and a pocket.
All right. So again, if you are Fnatic Onic Philippines, though, do you want to go with what's kind of
There she
predictable?
is.
There's the Edith. Who's the other one? There's the mid, Lo Yi.
Wow.
All right. This is a lot more week 1, week 2 Fnatic Onic here with a Lo Yi pick for Super Fritz.
Hold up. Hold up.
Hey!
It's Falcons APBren forcing Fnatic Onic to ban the Hanabi here and now. Second phase swing. And here's the thing, Carl, let me tell you.
Awesome.
FCAP doesn't even need the Hanabi.
That's right.
Ogwin kicks butt with a Lolita. Just raw. Just a single Lolita. He doesn't care.
And actually, that happened already. Like, they already won a game with just a swing pick Terizla. Sorry, a swing pick Lolita in the 5th slot. I think that was last Friday.
That was against TNC, wherein Ogwin stole away a Lord from underneath TNC's nose. And look
There
at that.
it is, yeah.
Is this not a power play? Hanabi alone? I'll say it now. Trash to your hero.
No, yeah.
But
for
with
sure.
a Lolita, just ruins game. Brother, your sign's upside down.
Yeah.
You'll get to that.
It's kind of like a flag.
You'll get to
can't
that.
have it upside down.
You'll get to that. But this is the equivalent of as free a ban in the second phase as you could get.
Yeah.
It's like the equivalent of the chip on red.
They got everything they wanted. They did what Chip does to the red side, but on the blue. Like, what kind of drafting do you need to do to make that happen? Unbelievable here for Ducky. So
I like it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
All right. now the final ban for Falcons APBren, the Nolan. They're going to try to at least maybe line up where this Roger goes. What does it say? It's my birthday today. Whoa, what? Don't bite your phone. It's my birthday today.
That is...
Give me a skin, what? Did he
It's
say
his
that?
birthday. Yeah.
Give me a skin or give me diamonds.
Someone's probably going to give that to you later, so don't worry. I think you're covered. There's a Harif band, though.
All right. Screen was a little blurry for my end.
It was difficult. It was obviously the screen's a little far from us.
There's a Harith ban, so you're still looking at a Moscow. Oh no, Moscow's banned out. A Claude in the gold. Julian Jungle.
I like the Claude here. I still like the Claude here for APBren. But Super Marco seems to think something else. Super Marco's triple killed in game 1. 20 recorded triple. Just 20?
Wait, 20 recorded triple kills this season, all across all players and games and teams.
The whole for 4 weeks?
Yep, 4 weeks, 20 triple kills.
That's not a lot.
It's not a lot
compared to some regions.
We don't play a lot of games here, Carl. This week alone, not a single game 3.
Right.
So
Thank you
the
for that.
season's going by fast. So 20 is I think, a pretty good stat.
Considering the amount of games that we play.
Or,
right.
you know, the lack of games.
Or the lack of, there you go.
Here we go.
Ooh.
We get a confirmed. Kelra gets his hands on the Ruby. And of course, Tigreal's Brusco.
I love it. Yeah, exactly.
Got you.
Tigreal's Brusco. You got me there. You got me there, partner.
Maybe only second to Renegades last night. A breakout performance on Renegades, Tigreal, the Hitman. I think Brusco. Brusco, count him in top 3.
Definitely top 3.
World top 3. I'll say it now.
That's saying something. That's
I'll say
saying
it now.
something. World top 3. That's something. So right now for Moskov here is a possibility.
No, but
sorry,
Moskov
banned
banned
out.
out.
Claude, right?
Claude,
That's not Claude. That's
Carry's
Carry.
good. Carry's okay. It's just as dangerous because there's a Lugia on the other end. So if ever you do get caught out in the bush, it's over.
Good luck, right? So right now, obviously, they got a great front line. 3 frontliners, actually, for Fnatic, Onic Philippines. And the reliance on the Roger for the majority of the damage here. A literal Roger core for why not.
You know what's funny, Rockart? The fact that the draft unfolded in the order and the player picks that would have picked it anyways. There was no switcheroo. So it was as
no flex.
It was as honest and as laid out as it could be. Both teams are playing with some level of comfort.
And that's saying something. That's like a straight-up face-off. Like, we're not going to play tricks here. We're going to play the game. We're going to play it straight up.
Tricks come from the diversion.
Exactly. So we'll find out if that's going to happen as we go over to the Land of Dawn here with our casters. Obviously, that's Ingan and Naisu.
With the streak hanging in the balance for the Super Family, will the Bees finally get their revenge from last season? Match point for Falcons APBren. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is, of course, Naisu. And Naisu, the power play of Falcons APBren, forcing the Super Family to ban out the Hanabi. No one wants the Hanabi-Lolita combination. Wait, what do you call that again?
You know what? I've heard different combinations of it. I said in the trailer that you didn't ask for, Hanabita.
I think my favorite one was Lita.
Lita. Either way, it's basically respect, and I love it too. Fnatic Onic going with the 3 war tries again this time around for this lineup, just like we saw them do previously. And I think if they can control this early game and get and play around the fact that they are going for this damage-centric lineup and even emblem setup, it's great for them. But also, if they take something from the last game, it was very slow to start with. Hold on. King Kong, he wants to fight this. Okay, he's going to pounce on out of there. But that's the thing. Fnatic Onic, very slow start, at least like the game as a whole in the last one. And then it just slipped out of the hands so quickly.
Yeah, for Fnatic Onic, I mean, I think they want to replicate what happened during game number 1. But copy what Falcons APBren did, which was dominate the early game. Although it was relatively slow, it ended around the first Lord. And with Fnatic Onic's lineup, Kelra using that Ruby, they want to go for the early game. They don't want to go for the late game because, again, they have to deal with game number 3. Fatigue's going to kick in. And with Kelra's signature Ruby, I think there's a high chance that we might see a game number 3.
We'll see if we can. Dude, I feel like I speak for a lot of people. We want a game 3.
Yeah.
Like, we need that to happen with the teams, like these two teams, the way it's been, we have to get a Game 3 upon us. That's the diversion we're going to be used. Brusco, once again, front of it all, trying to zone them out. It's going to go actually forward. Penalty zone 2 on the backside. King Kong gets the turtle. And now they're going to be forced to flight. Flap takes a couple of shots. The chains are going to throw Kirk up in the air. And it looks like they might just be able to back off and disengage from this as objective is secured.
That's how you utilize the Louis early game. Usually we've seen Louis, normally the most crucial times were in the diversion plays happen or during the mid to the late game, but in this case, it was used right away, especially for Kirk, so Kirk could actually go in that turtle fight.
Yeah.
But similar to what happened to game number 1, does this really bother Falcons APBren that they had to let go of the first turtle? I mean, first game.
I don't think it does, yeah.
All turtles was secured by Fnatic.
And that's the thing. That's where that veterancy, that's where that experience of, you know, just how dominant FCAP has been around the world for the most part, plays its part. If they give up the 3 turtles, they're usually taking something else across the map, or they're finding a favorable trade elsewhere. And then when it comes down to the Lords, that's where they really start to, you know, turn things into gear here.
Yeah, turn the engine on. But I think, actually, it matters more now because, again, the early game-centric lineup of Fnatic Onic will be activated if they continue to get those turtles. But a quiet diversion play here up top. Will they go for the mid or will they go for the top? I think they'll just go for the purple instead.
Yeah, I think, you know, we saw this, we saw glimpses of this yesterday too, where, especially with the Louis, like the diversions can change the courses of games, especially, you know, if you don't find the most successful ones, there's always a potential for this one game-changing diversion, you know, full send of the team.
Yeah, plus paired up with the Tigreal.
Yeah.
Oh, it could go either way. Plus, Keller also has the Ruby again, so a lot of setups actually from Fnatic Onic. And this is where Owen will come in hand. It will come into play. The shield needs to be casted at the right moment, specifically when Kirk also has the Primal Wrath. So you're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The damage coming in from King Kong, plus the ult coming in from Kirk.
Okay. Objective up here for the taking. Fnatic goes ahead and starts it up. We'll see if FCAP decides to contest this one. They are going to get ready. Still, the purple buff going to be worked on, though. And it looks like... Whoa! Whoa! Phew! They don't need KyleTzy to be there. Phew goes gets the turtle.
Wow! What a steal! You were talking about veterancy a while ago. This is a perfect example of veterancy.
I want to say veterancy and also like a sprinkle of luck because retribution was used from King Kong.
At this point, man, Phew, you continue to amaze us. Looking at the Infinix instant replay, proper timing here for the captain of Falcons APBren. Look at that with the Zask.
After you do something like that, we've all done it playing MLBB. That's when you're just like, yeah, calculated.
Yeah, calculated.
Just like this. Again, diversion going to be used. They get the turret right into Phew. They want to pay back. Ogwin gets the stun off, but to no avail as he falls 2 down. 2 here for pickup for Fnatic, and now they might be looking for more. Put pressure to the mid lane. FCAP has to answer it. Defensive 2. FlapTzy penalty zone going to be used. Revenge strike also landing on King Kong. Will he be able to survive it? Looks like he does with a sliver of health. And Super Marco gets forced off as well.
Okay, this is what we were telling you about, guys. The combination of the diversion and implosion came into play as they take down both Phew and FlapTzy. And this is what you want if you're Fnatic Onic. Really utilize the Kelra, the Kelra Ruby, and of course the hero of Super Friends, the Louis.
The Louis.
We've been seeing this a lot of times, but looking at the MPL fan comment, okay, I'll try to translate it. It's okay, Super Friends is using the Louis. So basically, the fans of Fnatic Onic are confident because they've seen Super Friends rock this Louis, and I think all of them are saying, we're going to Game 3.
Again, I think that's what everybody's hoping for, man, you know, at this point. You do great. I'm glad you're here on the desk, too, to translate the Tagalog, man, because, you know, sometimes I also get, my nose bleeds.
Yeah.
My nose is bloodening in English. Right?
Oh, diversion?
Diversion again, right on target. But enhanced swords, get on out of there.
Okay, it's a go signal. It's a go signal. It's a go signal for Falcons APBren.
All right, they have to go ahead. They know the answer. They don't want to give this turtle just freely over, and now Kirk gonna get forced out, still holding on. They're gonna jump in. Kelra finds the pole. Now they look for the implosion too. Penalty zone to answer. Into a Newman on blast as well. As Brusco goes down and Kirk to follow. King Kong still trying to stay alive, but now he's on the run as 3 members of Fnatic Onic have fallen to FCAP.
What an amazing counterplay! That was a beautiful implosion from the start from Brusco, but KyleTzy still not done. On to Super Frenzy here. And to top that all, did you know who got the last turtle? It was Few!
It was.
It was Few again!
It was a whole lot just thrown into that turtle pit. And right now, Fnatic Onic, I feel like they're feeling like, you know, we have all these tools, all this utility to set things up for ourselves between the Edith, the Tigreal. Hell, Kelra got multiple members pulled there. But it's like, but then what? Once that setup is there, where's that follow-up damage?
Yeah. And to top things off, again, the panel have been saying that if you haven't seen Super Marco, if you haven't felt it, that's a problem because Super Marco's just been farming up. Look, the KDA 003 has already been activated, and the precise positioning coming in from Super Marco. I mean, look at the crowd control coming in from Fnatic Onic. That's 4 if you count Super Prince as well. But still, Marco even has the Purify. Didn't pop it during the last clash, so that's scary. That's scary for the Sonics.
You know what's scary,
What's
Ingan,
scary?
is that I feel like Few is the jungler now. And if he does this, if he ends up doing this for the Lord, you know the meme, right? I don't know if you've seen the movie, but where he looks at him, he says, I'm the captain now. Few is, he's looking at KyleTzy, I'm the jungler now, because twice now he's gotten the turtle. We'll see if he pulls it off for the Lord, but I feel like that's what's scary for Fnatic. They're like, man, we zone out KyleTzy. We're able to keep him away from the objective, but somehow these objectives are still going to FCAP.
And again, Brusco even had a perfect implosion play with the Sacred Hammer combination. So clearly, Falcons APBren always has a plan for those potential setups coming in from Fnatic Onic. And the best part is, even if the clash was messy for both teams, I could safely say that Few's turtle steal was actually calculated. He just throw it randomly. It was really precise. So right now, Fnatic Onic, they lost 2 turtles, and with the momentum on the Falcons side, they need to secure this Lord. Because again, if it reaches the midpoint to the late game, you have Super Marco really activated, but I'm offended play. We'll catch KyleTzy off guard here, but the clash will still not continue.
Okay.
Okay.
You might have to wait for that. I think for Fnatic, you know, if they don't make that play, again, this is a crucial ultimate that isn't available to them right now, so they kind of want to slow things down. Kelra waits for it to back up. It's a very short cooldown, but still at this point, positioning for Fnatic is what's so important here. And they should honestly have an advantage when it comes to positioning because of a diversion. Like, they can play around that. And there's, again, a pull. It's going to be Few. They get rid of Few. So as we were just talking about Few, turning things around objectively, he's out of the picture now.
Wow.
And so Fnatic, knowing they have this advantage.
Diversion.
Diversion's going to be used. Where are they going to send it? Into the bush. And they go in with a huge implosion. Able to find a couple members. Winter Crown going to be used as well. And they get stunned up and knocked up. And now, as they fall to King Kong with a double, that'll be a Lord as well for Fnatic.
During the interview, Fnatic Onic only needed trust. They have to trust each other for their chemistry to work. And with their backs against the wall during that point, that diversion play was all they needed to turn things around as they get the first Lord. Huge pickup on Few.
Didn't we just say that? They should have the advantage when it comes to positioning. They did it. And even before that, wait for Kelra to have the I'm offended because it is such a crucial, valuable ultimate for them. And so all those things stacked together now brings Fnatic in a good position to start knocking on the doors here of FCAP.
Yeah, but I still think they have a natural timer here of ending the game number 2 at an early stage because, again, Super Marco still hasn't died, has the carry, can burst down Brusco, Kelra, Kirk, everyone when it reaches the 16, the 18-minute mark. But again, the diversion will come into play here as they use it once again. Where are they going to go?
They use it again.
Okay.
Up top.
Just to aid the Lord. Now the Lord marching in the top lane. They have the kit to defend this and save all inhibitor turrets. But let's see if there's going to be a huge implosion play or I'm offended play from Kelra or Brusco. Intense defense is needed here from the Falcons as they defend and burst down the Lords. Okay, still a good sign for Fnatic Onic, but again, when it comes to the late game, like, who are you going to go right after? Because few, eventually, the damage per second is going to hurt. Even Super Marco, and you have to watch out also for KyleTzy, because KyleTzy has been dishing out the damage that he needs.
I don't know. I think we'll see if they get it. Because right now, late game in question here. FlapTzy going to be jumping in with the penalty zone on the backside, but look at the damage he's going to take. Has to pop the Winter Crown again. They're going to force back Brusco as well.
Marco?
Does Brusco re-engage this? They're stopped at the turret here. And that might be Fnatic Onic calling off to retreat. So going back to it, you just saw what FCAP is still capable of doing. They've defended their base. They lost the Holy Shields on those base turrets, but I would say Fnatic got what they wanted. They were kind of testing the water to see if they could get any more.
Yeah, plus, no trades for Falcons APBren. Although I got the call of Falcons APBren because they know that the Earth Shatter was wasted. So in terms of kits, Fnatic Onyx now limited. But did you see Super Marco though? Despite the implosion being there, despite the flickers coming in ready for Kelra, he's still dashing in.
Yeah.
That's how confident Marco is right now. I want to see what items he has right now as Super Prince picks up the Holy Crystal. Oh,
there we go.
They show the items. So he has the Trinity build here still. Not going for any defensive items. So he can really burst down anything. One catch from FlapTzy is all Super Marco needs to be activated.
Yeah, I feel like that's the play here for FCAP, and that's why we saw Flap do that. He jumped in, he jumped forward, he used the flicker. You know, he's got Winter Crown, so once that is available too, he can buy some more time, and then you follow up with Ogwyn for him to do that. Because again, this is a Lolita running your Revitalize, right? Doesn't have the flicker this available for that kit, that interaction we see so often. So it's up to Flap. Flap has to find those setups. And you, again, going back to the late game question, yeah, Super Marco at some point, this carry is really going to hurt.
Yeah.
And so right now, Fnatic plays with the positioning here for this next Lord.
Okay, the problem I'm seeing for Falcons APBren side is Flap doesn't have his flicker, and Ogwyn resorted to Revitalize. So in terms of setups, it's more if they want to go for the counter-attack as Fnatic Onic bursting down the Lord.
They're going to go for it. Ogwyn jumping to the front side, and now they get the lockdown too. KyleTzy in trouble. King Kong will get the Lord. And now FlapTzy takes way too many shots. Pops the Winter's Crown. Still going to be alive for now in FCAP. Looking for more on the fight. King Kong jumps in for KyleTzy. Might have been off too much though. Takes a couple shots. Dodges. Survives it all. And they go back in for the fight. Fnatic jumps in to clap back at FCAP. And they find Flap as well. KyleTzy trying to cut them off. Trying to disengage.
Diversion.
There's the diversion right into the bush on top. They're going to be able to find few. But Brusco gets punished. Kirk will pop the Primal Wrath. And unleashes down. King Kong joins the fight. Finds the pounces. And gets more. Winter Crown once again, but it's not enough. It's a wipeout. Fnatic Onic does it and turns the game in their favor. And they'll walk in with the last minion to take it to where everybody wanted to go. It's a game 3.
Absolute cinema. Fantastic comeback win for the Super family. Wow, looking at the two games, Naisu, these are games that you didn't expect it would end, but it ended right away.
Whew. I love it. Wouldn't have it any other way, and I'm sure the panel has a lot to say.
Panel, please take this away for us.
I guess I don't need to know what he thinks. He thinks it's absolute cinema. Right there. Ladies and gents, you all asked for it. We could tell. We could read your minds, and we are going into game number 3.
There was no other way this could have gone. If it was a sweep in favor of Falcons, there would have been, you know, an air of disappointment. Like, what? Really? Streak's over? But if it was a sweep in Fnatic's side, it would be the same. Like, what happened to Falcons? But this man here.
Right there.
Super Friends, he turns the tides, man. Every single diversion affected Falcons APBren in mostly a negative manner.
It's really perfect. I think the calls here for Super Friends was just so on point that at the very last Lord fight, if you will notice where the Falcons APBrens were, they each had a bush to protect. Because they knew that Super Friends was going to come out sooner or later somewhere.
And that adds up to the whole workload that Falcons APBren had to do to even consider winning a fight, right? And folks, note the build, note the emblem on Super Friends' Lu Yi, War Cry.
Exactly.
It's as if a free hitting Lu Yi already hurt, like especially since you can really zone out all of Falcons APBren given your solid front line. You have Kirk, you have Brusco, and you have Kelra. It's overloaded front line, by the way. You had a percentage multiplier on top of your damage? That is disgusting.
That's exactly what they needed as well. We're talking about how Roger was the primary damage dealer here, and they really did need that for Super Friends. And this last team fight, these last team fights, it looked like, you know what, Fnatic Onic Philippines could have had a run for it, but look at that. Imagine that. That is cinema right there. That's exactly picture perfect.
Is the plot twist to the plot twist.
The plot twist
again,
is the plot twist.
Falcons APBren, despite being down 5,000, 6,000 gold, they still had a lot of firepower.
They're punching back.
Yeah, especially with KyleTzy and Few being the ones left alive. But the call and the willingness for all the members of Fnatic Onic to do just that and to swing up into that bush and to take down the rest of Falcons APBren led to this well-earned victory. 15 minutes in, look at the item builds. What I want to focus on is the TWC, Carl, the TWC.
The War Cry?
Triple War Cry.
Triple War Cry.
Did you expect it?
Wait, triple?
It's triple, dog!
What? Oh my goodness,
Kirk,
yes.
King Kong, Super Friends. I think that's what put it over the top because, yes, King Kong is going to be your main damage dealer, your main sweeper.
Yeah.
But off the back of Super Friends' well-placed spells that just pew, pew, yin, yang, yin, yang.
Try duality nonstop.
Exactly. And then Kirk as well.
Which, again, they tried to answer with the Lolita, you know, block some of that.
Wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough.
The TWC put it over the top. And one item that I think you should also notice, Kirk built the Stardom site relatively early. Like 10, 11 minutes in, Stardom site. Let's go.
And it worked to a T. It really did.
The TWC.
It added to, the TWC really did add to the viability of his lineup, despite what looked like mostly reliant on the Roger to do it. So, I know it felt like the Falcons APBren did have like a good answer, right? Despite that, but just wasn't enough.
They had the right answer. It's bringing a screwdriver to screw in some screws. You know what I mean?
In the wrong size.
It's a hammer to hammer down a nail. It's just Fnatic Onic Philippines was just too damn big of a screw, too big of a nail for Falcons APBren to take down.
Yeah, again, one of those rare showings that KyleTzy didn't really shine as much as we thought he would, right?
Yeah, he tried.
And that's saying something. That's saying something for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
The front line from Fnatic Onic was just too much for even Kyle and Marco to deal with. I think eventually, there would have been a world wherein FCAP wasn't applied enough pressure on, that maybe Marco had enough farm. I think he was short 3,000. He was short the DHS and then his final item, which I think, jokes aside, was about 3,000 gold short, give or take. I don't know what the exact number was, but I saw that into that last Lord fight, he was on his way to a tank shredder.
There you go. And I guess the fan comment did agree as well. Like, you know what? They have a carry. You have 3 frontliners that needs shredding.
Do it.
I guess they picked the right hero.
Yeah.
But then again, we're looking at, you know what? How, is Super Marco going to get there? Is he going to get to that point? I guess that's a big question there. And that's exactly what the answer that Fnatic Onic did.
It was close if you think 3 or 4 minutes was close. That's what they needed. They needed more time. They needed a longer Lord dance.
Yeah, maybe reset that last Lord. Maybe, that was all. But again, easier said than done with the situation they were given at that moment.
And given their opponents. Again, Fnatic Onic Philippines so good at team fighting, so good at knowing what the other is thinking, and knowing when to, you know, turn on a clutch and then pow. Because even in a team fight within a team fight within a team fight, they did that call. They pulled the diversion play from lane to bush to end it.
Yeah, and you know what I love as well in that last one? The consistency that they were willing to put it. At some point, you think, you know what? Maybe that's a safe play. Let's back off for now. But you know what? They went re-engage, even though people were actually a little bit low. Cooldown, ultimates were on cooldown. So the consistency and the willingness of Fnatic on to do that, you know what, I agree, completely masterclass. But we have another interview with Mara, of course, before the game starts. Let's see what they think right up there on stage.
Here beside me is a very beautiful Chacha Pega. Congratulations. Kasi, welcome and congratulations dahil nakita mo na ang iyong first MPL match. So, kamusta yung experience? Kasi alam mo, nakikita kita sa ibang bansa, always watching MLBB. So, how is it here for the MPL Arena?
Actually, sobrang excited ako kasi for this season, this is the first time na nanood ako and sobrang intense. Kasi syempre yung mga team ngayon, sila yung mga pinaka nasa top seed. So, ayun, sobrang na-excite din ako talaga na nandito ako.
You're so popular on social media. Dumadaan nga sa feed ko yung mga live stream mo, playing MLBB. Anong favorite hero mo ba na usually ginagamit mo?
Ako, favorite ko talaga Lilia. As in, like, kapag solo gaming yan, Lilia talaga ginagamit ko.
Lagi ko itong tinatanong, kasi I always wanna know when people play MLBB. Anong phone gamit mo?
Ito na nga, dala ko siya actually.
Ito.
Yes, this is my favorite actually. This is the Infinix GT20 Pro. And nakita ko nga gamit nila ngayon to.
Kamusta ba yung gameplay?
Actually, ginagamit ko siya because ayoko ng lag. To be honest, ayoko ng lag. And ito yung phone na ginagamit ko kapag ayoko ma-stress. And also, dito sa phone na to, meron din siyang, tawag dito, very aesthetic look.
It's so pretty! What do you call this?
This is the mecha look. Very, kasi ako, yun may aesthetic look ko, diba?
Yes!
And, dito, sa gameplay ko, tumatagal talaga ako dito ng at least 5 hours, di pa rin nalalobat.
Ayun ang gusto ko. Yung pwede akong mag-rank na hindi malolobat.
Ito perfect sa'yo, Miss Mara. Kasi,
Perfect!
Kasi for me,
Ayoko ng lag also.
Di ba tayo naman as a gamer, kaya hindi lang tayo dahil nagsistream ako, di ba? Naglalaro rin tayo offline. So gusto natin yung hindi tayo na-delay, di ba? Tapos, ayaw natin yung parang, teka pre, charge muna ako
Exactly. Ang ganda niya. Ang ganda. I love how it lights up here. It's very futuristic the way it looks. Mamaya mag-selfie tayo dyan. Imbitahan din natin ang ating mga manonood ng live.
Ayan guys, gusto nyo masaksihan of course, the MPL Philippines. Dalo na kayo dito sa Green Sun Hotel, tama po ba?
Yes.
Dito sa Makati. And experience it live. Kasi sobrang intense, heart-pounding, and mamimit mo yung mga favorite nyong players and teams.
It's great having you here. I hope we see more of you.
Thank you, Miss Mara.
Okay, babalik tayo sa panel. Tulungan mo ako sabihin mo pasok. Alright? Panel? Pasok.
All right, there you go. We got some guests, some influencers, KOLs here on site as well. Chacha, very, very good friend of ours here as well. So, interestingly enough, obviously, wait, does she use, is that a GT20?
It was a GT20 Pro,
oh my
sir.
Goodness.
This very phone right here.
That's MPL caliber.
It is.
Oh, I love it. All right. So, thank you so much for that. For the star match, though, we are going to game number 3. I guess we have been blessed with this. Woo! I guess a lot of people are in agreement. And I guess kind of can also applies to the next match. And we'll talk more about that later. For the Loyi, though, does that deserve to get plucked out of the pool here if you're Falcons APBren? What do you think?
I'd reckon if you're on blue, which I would assume Falcons APBren will go blue now.
Yeah, we're going to find that out in a bit, yeah. But
I think you do, yes. You do.
Yeah,
you ban it out. There's a free ban on blue that I think they can afford to take it out of the picture for. Because again, Red's going to take out the chip for sure.
For sure, yeah.
So there's one ban on blue that will allow for you to equalize. And then you still have the power of first pick.
There it is.
I'd say so, yeah. Super Fridge was amazing.
There it is, right
on
there.
the Loyi. Confirmed, I think Falcons APBren should ban out the Loyi. If not, risk it. Risk the consequences. Yeah.
I love that. And right now, obviously, we still have picks like the High Loss up for contention.
Still banned.
We'll have to find that out. And again, the Terizla's proving to be 50-50 at least for this specific matchup.
Yeah.
I wonder why it didn't work out as well, though.
I'll tell you now. The Terizla, execution-wise, if you watch Game 2, missed about 50-60% of its effective penalty zones. That's one. Number 2 is even if Flap would have hit those penalty zones that he missed, it would have been very difficult for Falcons APBren to capitalize.
The follow-up damage or the follow-up
Yes.
CC layer.
The front line of Fnatic Onic PH was way too formidable. They were just too thick, if you know what I'm talking about, for FCAP to shred through at the right time. Because let's say the game did go at 16, 17 minutes longer, or up to 16, 17 minutes.
I feel like it could have.
It
could
could
have
have.
actually extended.
It could have, yes, but that's the beauty of the low yi. You could use the diversion to actually pull your dudes out. Right? So you could.
That's true, though.
You could drop it, and then everybody just gets pulled out.
And basically, they will play to your clock, right? The enemy will play to your clock. They'll have to fight when you want to fight.
Yes, and again, I understand now why the Lolita and the Terizla were paired up. That might have taken the CC over the top. I mean, not the crowd control. You know what I mean? Like penalty zone into Numinum Blast. That could have been the picture-perfect engagement for FCAP, but they couldn't make it happen.
And again, very hard to layer that together, to chain it together in the perfect timing when your opponent was just running over you, right? Like a bulldozer. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen here in game number 3.
Let me present an alternative. Maybe you don't ban out the low yi. You ban out the overloading front line.
There it
so you
is.
take out one of them, you take out the Edith, and then you steal away the Tigreal. Somewhere down the line, maybe the Tigreal was also a secondary reason why the front line was just overloaded, why it was too much for FCAP.
That's right. So that's one way to do it. They decide to go that route. Definitely, there's a high loss ban out. Blue side win rate and red side win rate of both of these teams are exactly almost the same, like almost neck and neck. I feel like wasn't 87 earlier, yeah, and also for Falcons APBren, the red side win rate is like 60 something. So wow, I've never seen two teams neck and neck in stats. The chart shows it. The Phoveus, not banned out, makes an appearance in game number 3.
That's right, and that does open up the Roger and the Zask. I was going to say Z-Hask is a worthy first pick, but Falcons APBren have other thoughts now. Do they pick up the Terizla here? Is this where the Terizla comes in?
It does feel like
Do they go Terizla Moskov?
Early on.
Or do they save the Moskov like they did in game 1?
Could be. I
Possible.
feel like the Terizla, you want to pick it up here, save for the chance of it getting banned out, right? In the next phase of the draft.
And they're not really rushing for mid because they also have a Faramis. I won't call it a pocket Faramis. It's just a Faramis that the world over knows that few doesn't play very well. Yeah.
It's like what do you call that? An open secret.
Yeah. It's also a great combo with the Phoveus. Because the Phoveus is going to put himself in danger, for sure. Save him.
Oh, Moskov early on!
Okay, sir.
But the Julian, I don't know if we expected this, but the Julian makes an appearance here.
It's also a first half FCAP pick. And all the more the Faramis is looking juicy. Because look at those 3.
Yeah, we were talking about like making your tank line beefier. You know what? The Faramis is a great option for that. Playing up close and personal alongside the Phoveus and the Julian as well.
But Rockar, what does Ogwin play in this case? He still has a Grok, still has a Minotaur, who, by the way, had its first defeat last night. It was sitting at 100% win rate and then took the L last night.
I guess to answer that, it will have to depend on like what Fnatic Onyx is going to do. They're going to have to be a bit more reactive in that road.
Whoa!
Alpha here. Huh.
It's been a while, sir.
Is that confirmed jungle alpha or possible XP?
Nah.
Possible XP?
No. 9 out of 10 times in this kind of situation, you're going to play it in the jungle.
Jungle, right?
You know, I'll up it for you. 19 out of 20 times.
19 out of 20 times.
I just haven't heard of XP Alpha. XP Alpha sounds like the kind of thing you would do in a ranked game when you have nothing left.
Right. So they kind of just forwent. What's the past tense of forego? Forwent?
Forgone.
Forgone. There you go.
Yeah.
Forgone the flex of a Roger here. Just showing all the cards flat on the table.
There you go. The Tigreal ban, as you should have. I told y'all, Brusco is crazy. And no! Stop the jutsus!
Oh my god.
No jutsus will
He's
be done
casting it.
within the arena. Thank you.
Which side is that? Is that on the...
That's I think that's where the bees are at.
The bees, yeah, the bees side. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though.
He's an FCAP fan.
Apparently, that guy's an FCAP. All right, good to know. I wonder what the rest of the franchise's side selection is.
Let's see.
We'll have to wait and see maybe next week. But
Who's,
right now, Vex on the band is great.
Who's left? Again, the Faramis. The Faramis is still open. I wonder if Why Not and Hayes aren't thinking, hey, look, a fellow world collector.
Wow, all right.
You're also a world collector, aren't you?
Of course, yeah.
All right, you like pressing that button, don't you?
We've been You know what? Moonton's been generous over the years.
Hey, I'll tell you, I think even without our MPL talent status, we would still be world collectors between you and me.
Oh yeah, with just the raw amount of years, right? Like that we've been. You know what? Thank you so much, Moonton. Yeah, world collectors are very. Is it rare to find world collectors right now?
It's a very small fraction of the player base.
Right.
We're
What
proud
percent,
members.
right?
We'll find out.
Anyway, we'll find that out. Oh wait, this is a bigger. Wow, that's a way to flex it.
What a flex. All right, check it out. Matilda last ban for Falcons APBren. They may be thinking of something because whenever you pick up an alpha, one of the main weaknesses is you have no out. So when you Spear of Alpha in, there's very little reason for you to get pulled out. And now look at this. Coach Wynot and Bruce, you're talking about it. Hey, why did they ban out the Matilda? What's up? Did they know something? What's going on? All right, they got a pick here. And they pick up the Ruby, which confirmed is going to be either an XP Ruby or a Roam Ruby.
Yes, there's
no
no
world,
other way.
There's no world where that goes into Keller's hands now.
Yeah, for sure. So something that at least FCAP will be very familiar with is how to play against that. We've seen that.
Jawhead's open!
Jawhead! Oh my goodness! All right.
Didn't see that come in for the majority of games, at least starting this week. That's how far my memory goes back. Joy's always been banned second phase.
That's right.
So now you have an Aurora that is. I like the Aurora, given how dive heavy Fnatic Onyx draft is so far. You can drop the frigid breath on yourself.
And again, you're gonna skirmish a lot. I think you already expected. You know what? This trio is gonna go to my lane so many times.
Right.
I have to be ready for that multi-hero skirmish. So
Yep.
Let's see.
So far, Fnatic Onic PH still looking for a roamer, at least a definitive roamer. We don't know where this Ruby's going.
Okay, that's a Kufra.
There it is, confirmed. XP lane Ruby, Jungle Alpha, Gold Roger, and then the Koof. What's the Koof trying to stop? What?
It's a Jungle Roger
Wait,
XP
what?
Alpha. They
No!
swapped it out.
What?
They swapped it out, man.
Oh, this is the 1 out of 20 times then?
This is exactly what we're talking about, right? The 1 out of 20.
Is he trying to stop? Is he trying to? I've never seen this. The last time my brain clocks out whenever I see an Alpha and a Phoveus lane against each other.
Yeah,
'Cause that's a
right.
ranked game right there.
That's right. Man, maybe that's the point. Maybe
Confirmed.
they're trying to throw off each other on the draft here, and I love that what they did here. Maybe that's the only way to be the world champ. Maybe that's what FNOP is thinking.
Doctor Strange stuff right here.
I
Astral
know.
Plane drafting.
We'll have to find out if it does work out here with Naisu and Ingan.
Woo! Falcons APBren on the verge of ending the streak and getting the revenge onto Fnatic Onic. But the Super Family holding on to their momentum and wanting to solidify their top 1 seed. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu. Naisu, what do you think about that crazy draft?
You know, I have to agree with the panel here. 1 out of 20 times you're going to see this. Even my brain. And he's running a Revitalize too. Kirk not only took the Alpha in the XP lane, but he's also like, yeah, I'm going to take Revitalize.
Wait, what's the emblem?
Oh, he's got Brave Smite, he's got Tenacity, he's got Vitality. So this is like a...
Okay.
This is a tanky Alpha.
I think he wants to go head-to-head with the sustainability of the Phoveus. Plus, in terms of the damage, he's not going to lack because, again, the passive of a Kirk Alpha has true damage, Beta, so it's okay. But again, I talked to Keller a while ago during the break. We saw each other at the comfort room. His Ruby only lost once.
Yeah.
It was a Game 2 lost up against Echo. Team Liquid Philippines.
And, you know, that's why he's going to be confident enough in picking it up.
Yeah.
And this time around, you know, King Kong only the one picking up the Warcry emblem. This time we've seen Fnatic take 3 Warcries the past 2 games. And this is, I was going to say a little more standard, but it's like the picks are still unique.
Yeah.
And we're looking at one of the major ones right now and how this is going to play a part because, oh, there's the charge up. Brusco not going to go and follow up with his landing here. But I would say most people that have been watching competitive MLBB would just by default think Alpha, yeah, would go into the jungle. But this could end up being a great switch. And now on the other side, it's the same thing, man. We have seen Phoveus rise in the ranks. He's also running the Vengeance,
Yeah.
Brave Smite as well. So that might be a problem that Fnatic has to overcome, because anytime the Phoveus is there, that's what he does. He just gets in the face, he's dunking on people, and he seems like he doesn't die.
Yeah, we've seen it yesterday actually with Ryota. Beautiful performance with the Phoveus, but right now Falcons APBren.
Oh! Brusco jumps in with a flicker too, gonna land the rage, and they get all frozen under the turtle. King Kong will grab it. The fight's still gonna break out. Kirk's still up here. They toss him up. FlapTzy goes back in with the Infernal Pursuit. Super Prince will pick up a kill. And now possibly, it's only Flap that goes down. It's a trade, the 1-for-1, but the objective goes to Fnatic.
An XP for an XP. Fnatic has the advantage with the turtle, but the scary part here is for Fnatic Onic. When it reaches the mid to the late game and Brusco starts to initiate, if Few manages to catch the Frigid Glacier, manages to catch 2 or 3, they could easily burst down Fnatic's lineup, especially when Super Marco's activated. So for Fnatic Onic right now, they really have to utilize their early game power spike, especially Kelra has the Ruby. Because for me, if it reaches the mid to the late game, it's really going to be hard against Super Marco with the Moskov. Plus the Frigid Glacier is such a momentum killer for me right now.
Yeah, it literally, stops them in their tracks.
Yeah.
Something that Fnatic Onic has to play around. They have to be able to go into that. And I think, again, looking at the lineup, they have it. They have all that available. And this is, once again, Kirk probably opting for this tankier Alpha. The setup here, we'll see if, okay, he just spears if Alpha's out on the defense. Does FCAP still actually want to follow up? Unstoppable Force, they're going to toss him up into the air. I don't think you can heal up of that as Kirk falls. 3 members of FCAP will pick up the kill. And on the cross side of the map, they're going to go for Super Marco. Tries to go in with Spear Destruction, gets thrown in the wall with a rage. Wow. He'll go off and survive it all. Super Marco, he's bulletproof for a reason.
If you need a reminder why Marco is bulletproof, that's the perfect example. 1 Lycan Pounce could actually kill him, but the pushback coming in from that second skill was all he needed to ensure safety. Plus Few, of course. Few was there.
Yeah, Few was there, but good play. I mean, the pressure was there from Fnatic Onic, and they get an objective out of it. Yeah. Now the trade could possibly be the turtle here. FCAP starts it up. Brusco charging on up, going to be able to not find Few. Doesn't land the connection he's looking for. Turtle for the taking, and it's going to be secured by KyleTzy. So again, trading of objectives around the map.
Yeah, that's a perfect reason or example why Phoveus has been picked up a lot of times. Fnatic Onic actually had the upper hand when it comes to that turtle take. But when FlapTzy started casting the Infernal Pursuit, it was basically game over because Fnatic Onic has to walk away. The presence of Few makes it harder also because the Frigid Glacier is still there. So they really need to solve the FlapTzy problem first before they try and solve the Super Marco problem. Because so far, Kelra's been dominating Super Marco. But when it comes to 3v3 clashes, if FlapTzy's there, it looks like Fnatic Onic gets out of place almost all the time.
And that's what I'm wondering, like, if you're Fnatic Onic, you're trying to solve this FlapTzy issue. It's mainly just playing around that window where once a Vengeance is popped and he doesn't have it anymore, and then, dealing with some of the sustainability that it gets, which obviously is going to be solved also with their item path builds that they end up taking. Conceal going to be used, but okay, Oakwood jumps in with a flicker. Won't be able to find that toss-up that he was looking for, so great response also from Fnatic Onic.
Fast hands from King Kong, I think it's just pure instincts, knowing that Ogwin has the jaw. It needs to be extra careful because there's no other targets so far that he wants more than King Kong. And now the game always starting relatively slow, 2-1 kill scoreboard, as both of these teams try to get control over the mid lane.
You mentioned it earlier, when you got a chance to talk to Kelra, and I feel like he is one of those players that he plays the Ruby in the gold lane a little bit differently. Yeah. Like he's more effective than I would say statistically that you see gold laners pick up the Ruby. I think when you look at the lineup too, the fact that Kelra's pretty tanky himself. He's going to be able to sustain up. He's pushing right now, obviously down on the bottom side, and he's all about sustain. But then you throw in a Kufra in there and then the tanky Alpha. I think that's the problem eventually that FCAP has to handle, and that's why they have to slow some things down with the Frigid Glacier that they have and the rest of the setups here.
Kelra's been working. I mean, 2 turrets already taken down by the gold standard. up against Super Marco, but
Brusco
Brusco!
going to go in, gets the rage off too, and they get knocked up. Spirit Destruction going to be able to find them as well. King Kong will jump back in, but there's just too much damage coming out from FCAP right now as 3 members already down, and Super Marco continues the chase as he finds King Kong. He's looking for Super Prince.
Purify.
Takes quite a bit of damage himself. He doesn't care. He goes in and picks up the Maniac. It's a wipeout. FCAP. Huge shift.
Super Mac Maniac to top things off once again. Wow. I think this is a revenge tour for Marco because KyleTzy got his supposedly Maniac during game number 1. And this time making sure, as we look at the Infinix instant replay, I have to commend Few, Captain. Look at that Frigid Glacier. Connecting onto 4 apart from King Kong. And Super Marco just doing Super Marco things, chasing after the Roger, chasing after the Zask. Brusco jumps in.
Brusco there, the rest of the team, they might disengage. King Kong pops the Retribution. He's looking for Super Marco. He's had enough of him and he can't get him again. Frigid Glacier gonna stop Kelra. Kelra goes in with the I'm Offended and flickers defensively, and they re-engage on top of the fight. And they're still going, but they're sustaining through everything. And FCAP finally still finding one. King Kong tries to back off. Super Prince left there versus 2 as he gets taken out.
A 2-for-1 trade for Fnatic Onic. But the main story is, the main factor is, how can we stop Super Marco? Because that was another beautiful catch from Brusco. And Few always just ready to expend those kills and make sure to save his gold laner. And mean 4-0-1. We've been talking about Kelra's dominance with the Ruby.
Yeah.
Every single time he has the Ruby, he's dominating early game. But in this case, even a late game hero, Marco's making it work 8 minutes in.
Oh, dude, I'm just still amazed. Super Marco, he's not dying. Fnatic Onic Philippines wants to get to him. They're doing everything they need to. But it's just the positioning and the amount of support and peel that Super Marco gets is what makes him so bulletproof. It's not just, you know, his amazing skills, but the fact that the team plays around him. And you see this with Fnatic Onic as well. And right now it's just FCAP inching further and further away, and now for the Lord to be the taking. Kirk's going to jump in and they go and get it. KyleTzy secures the Lord.
Brusco.
Fight's going to break out. Brusco in the front of it all. They'll find Few to take him down, but Super Prince still waiting for the entry point here. Ogwin goes down. Few's out of the picture. A double for King Kong, and now they look for more. Super Marco and KyleTzy have to disengage, but it looks like King Kong wants still to put the pressure here on the jungle side. Super Marco will keep them at bay, but they want to push it down mid. The Lord making its way down the bottom for FCAP.
This is a good trade for Fnatic Onic. 3 for the price of 1 plus the Lord. I mean, Brusco again, a beautiful setup onto Few. Plus, this is where the Alpha XP lane kicks in, the sustain. He was able, but look at Kyle!
Oh, again, Spirit Destruction gonna land it. Here comes Super Marco again! Turning things around when Fnatic Onic thinks they have it in the bag. But they'll get zoned out again, and Lord still up as Super Marco and Few walk with the Lord.
Prior to that clash, I thought Falcons APBren were they able to utilize this Lord. But with the play from Kyle, with the play from Marco, I think they're going to demolish all the outer turrets here of Fnatic Onic. And if you're Fnatic Onic, what do you do? Because technically you're doing things right. You have the setups. Kelra has a beautiful I'm Offended place plus the Don't Run Wolf King. But how do you catch Marco?
That's the question Fnatic Onic Philippines has asked themselves, and then now at this point he picks up the Wind of Nature as well. So even if you catch him, he's got a little window now defensively. But man, Fnatic Onic Philippines down nearly 5,000 gold at this point in the game. They've got to come up with something before this next objective take, because even the last one, they had no space to work with, even with Brusco going into that fight to set things up.
We've seen it during the 3-1 trade of Fnatic Onic, wherein Falcons APBren got the Lord. If the Frigid Glacier doesn't connect, there's a huge chance that Fnatic Onic wins the clash. So they have to keep an eye on the kits of Few. That's the main objective. I mean, it's useless to try and lock down, but wait. It's useless to try and lock down Marco, because that's Marco Hard to catch him off guard, hard to basically catch him.
So who do you go for?
I think it's either few, but he has the passive, or just watch out for the Frigid Glacier, because that's the main point of attack of the Falcons APBren. The Frigid Glacier of few.
That's what they have to do. There's so many boxes you have to check here for Fnatic Onic Philippines to have that favorable advantage that they're looking for. And that's why FCAP, not only playing around the economic advantage they have, but just the lineup too.
Conceal from Ogwen.
Conceal gonna go in. They're gonna go for Kelra. He has to flicker out too. They get that. Brusco engages the fight, and they're gonna fight it out once again. Super Marco still in the backside, just unleashing. Ogwen will get taken out though. Now Fnatic Onic Philippines full force. Tanky enough on the front side, they'll just secure the buffs.
That's what I'm saying. Did you see Few cast the Frigid Glacier? He did, but it didn't connect to anyone. So that's a Fnatic Onyx opening. Always try to avoid that Frigid Glacier, and if you do, that's one checklist done. You can counterattack, you can counter-engage, and heads up play from Kelra for wasting the initiation of Ogwen there. Have the upper advantage here in comes of the Lord. But still, KyleTzy is here. It's going to be a retribution battle between the two junglers.
Few waiting for the ultimate to be back up. Fnatic Onic just going to go for it, and they fight it out. King Kong will be able to get the Lord, and now fighting it out. Flap's going to be the one to fall. Brusco gets the rage off before he gets taken out by Super Marco. When a crown going to be used, and KyleTzy jumps in.
Marco!
He's finally taken out. It's Super Marco again. He's Super Moskov at this point. As they turn it around, it's a 2-for-3 trade, but the Lord was for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Well, okay, that time, they were able to catch Marco. They were able to evade the Frigid Glacier, but still, Falcons APBren came out on top. Although Fnatic Onic, they got the Lord. At this point, what do you do? That's a 703 KDA. Brusco, last effort with the Tyrant's Rage, connecting onto 2, even onto Super Marco. But despite all that, Marco remains unkilled. Marco remains bulletproof.
That's what I'm saying. At this point, and look at this, Super Mac. He's the third player to get a Maniac this season. Mac 4, the first two players, Aurora, Demon Kite, and FNOP Kelra. Man, and it's all going back to it. If you're Fnatic Onic Philippines, I almost feel like at this point, yeah, you are right here. You have to just focus on what you can get, because it seems like you're not going to immediately get to Super Marco.
Yeah, and Kirk here. Kirk, Brusco, Kelra needs to force out the Purify from Super Marco before really diving down during those clashes. I mean, one of the problems that Fnatic Onic has was the Frigid Glacier. They're able to evade it now. A lot of times, it's not connecting anymore. Now the main problem is, how do we contain Marco? Brusco, Tyrant's Rage combination connected. Even Ogwen was able to catch him off. I mean, even Kelra was able to catch Marco off guard. But what else? Because if you can't contain Super Marco, it's basically game over for you.
I don't know. At this point, I'm sitting here scratching my head too. And part of the reason why Super Marco is so protected, like I was saying minutes ago, it's the peel factor that FCAP has. You know, even if he's in trouble, let's say, think how many defensives technically he has. At the top, you're already putting his individual skill. Then you have the Purify, and then third, you've got Wind of Nature. Fourth, you've got a Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, you also have Few, you also have Ogwen, you also have Flap.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other boxes. So it's
everyone.
Like, if you're Fnatic Onic, man, like, you know that's what's ahead of you. So, I don't know. I think at this point, once we get towards these later Lords, it's almost like who does Brusco end up getting the set on? Who does Kelra end up pulling? And then hoping that Super Prince and King Kong are able to find those windows of engagement without getting, like, stunned, frozen themselves.
But to King Kong's credit, he's able to do that. I mean, 615 KDA, always entering with the Lycan Pound, still unbothered even if Ogwen's there ready to cast the Ejector. And now, 3 seconds in, the second Lord up for grabs as we approach the 16-minute mark. Falcons APBren has a strong lead, a 4.2k gold lead. Oh, Fnatic Onic really needs to watch out for Super Mac, to watch out for the Frigid Glacier, to watch out for Ogwen.
It's going to go in for the reset. And this is where things get very dicey for both the teams here. Because it comes down also to the both roamers, you know, both roamers on the conceals and how they want to use it. How the setup's going to come from Brusco, especially that he's playing the Kufra here. And as long as they're able to get that set they're looking for, then it's that game we're talking about where it's like the chess game. You know, you got to wait, maybe bait out a couple spells, bounce spells or ultimates, and then re-engage if you have to. But FCAP, I would say, even their counter engage is a little bit better with this lineup.
Especially again because of the Frigid Glacier. So right now at this point, if you're Fnatic Onic, do you force a clash? What do you do? Because eventually Falcons APBren, they're going to split push. I mean, that's a Moskov that could enter in anytime because of the Spear of Destruction. So you're the one pressured right now. Fnatic Onic, what do you do? Because eventually you'll have to send someone onto the top lane to deal with the minions.
That's what they're going to do. I don't know. They might actually push this Lord in here. They're going to give the signal, too. They're going to fight it out. Ogwin also jumping in. Kyle will get the Lord. There's the Spear of Destruction we were talking about. He doesn't follow it up because the objective was already secured.
Oh, he's going to push?
He's going to push that top side. It was only Flap that went down. And it looks like they get the call. You know what? Let's go ahead, get healed up, and then push in with this objective.
Well, that's a favorable trade for Falcons APBren. Second Lord in exchange for FlapTzy. And now Marco, good discipline for Marco to not cast that Spear of Destruction because basically he doesn't need to. He just has to wait for the Lord because if Marco's absent for this Lord push, this might get extended to the late game. And right now, Falcons APBren, they can actually end this here right now. If Owen gets a pick off, if Few gets a good Frigid Glacier, Fnatic Onic really, their backs are against the wall. Their win streak at stake here. They need a good setup from Brusco, from Kellra, from anyone just to stop the momentum of Falcons APBren right now.
Right now, they're just going to clear the Lord. They focus on that. That's down. They hold on to that middle turret, sliver of health, but will get pushed in here. So Fnatic Onic still backs against the wall, trying to defend the best they can. First turret to the base, going down mid-side. FCAP puts their eyes set on the top. Ogwin pops the conceal, doesn't find anything. Brusco will be able to jump in though, gets ejected into the backside as Flap's gonna go down and Fnatic Onic will want to fight it out. There's the passive coming out from Few and Fnatic turns it around, finding 2 kills, make it 3. And now the momentum in their favor.
Oh, Fnatic Onic going all mid here. They can actually get an inhibitor turret or might even end the game. What's the call for Falcons APBren? Super Marco has the Spear of Destruction. He can recall, he can enter anytime. Ogwen's left to fend for himself as they try to burst down the turret.
There's the Spear. They're going to keep Marco there, though. It's only Ogwin. They're trying to buy some time. Flaps up in 10, trying to clear that minion out. Still there. And Fnatic Onic, they took care of him. Marco doesn't go back, and they'll maintain the streak. Fnatic Onic Philippines does it in the reverse sweep.
The main foundation of this super family is trust. And it took a lot of trust, a lot of faith in each and every one of them to upset the Titans of MLBB and extend their streak to 7 undefeated series.
Whew. You can see how good they feel about that one, man. And they'll end the first half of the regular season still on top, still undefeated. And wow, hey, they did it against FCAP here. And what an amazing series. Beautiful 3 games that we got.
Wow, I can't believe what I witnessed. Falcons APBren, they had it.
They had it.
They could actually end things, but the counter initiation from Fnatic Onic led to the demise of these 5 young men, but still an outstanding performance for Falcons APBren. Put on a great show. What a star match, Naisu, for week number 4.
I love it, man. I love this season. It's so competitive. You don't know some of these games who's going to end up winning, and you get a series like this, and it makes you really excited for the rest of the regular season.
And I'm excited what the Super Family has to say for their amazing performance. That's why Miss Mara Aquino, please take it away.
Congratulations once again, Fnatic Onic Philippines, still undefeated. King Kong, undefeated pa rin kayo. Masasabi mo ba na ngayon, ikaw na ang #1 jungler?
Hindi po kasi para sa akin may i-improve pa po ako eh.
Oh, very nice. Actually, may gusto ko malaman kasi nakita ko kanina, right after Game 2, napaka-intense ng conversation nyo doon sa kwarto nyo. Actually, Coach, para kang very emotional na may gumaganon ka kanina. Were you mad? What was it? What was happening there?
Hindi naman sa mad. Siguro lang, parang syempre hyped up din. Pretty sure lahat ng mga tao dito sobrang hype up din. Kasi kumbaga, isa rin to sa matches na inaabangan namin buong season eh. So it's more of reassuring yung mga players na sa Game 3, goods tayo sa draft. Sa Game 3, basta pakita lang natin na yung chemistry natin, papalag sa chemistry nila. Yan ganon.
Nakita ko, when you won, parang there was a huge relief, deep breath. Why do you think that you're undefeated all throughout etong first half ng season natin?
I think yung sa fact talaga na naniniwala kami lahat sa kakayanan ng bawat isa, naniniwala kami sa mga kalokohan na ideas. So, wala lang, nakaka-proud. Sobrang nakakatuwa na nalusot namin yung ngayong araw.
Ito naman, para naman kay Super Friends, ang naging MVP kanina. Curious ako, sinong gusto mong makalaban, looking forward to the most sa second half ng ating Season 14?
Liquid Echo pa rin eh.
Bakit?
Malakas sila eh.
Kasi malakas sila. Yun lang? May, anong palag? Oh, anong palag mo? Anong palag mo sa TLPH?
Wala.
Wala? Okay, walang palag. At ngayon, ang MVP natin. Can I hear some names? MVP! Paiba-iba. Let's take a look at the screen. King Kong once again. Na-shock ka ba? Okay, anong gusto mo once again? Sa lahat ng ating mga fans there, what do you want to say?
Sa lahat ng fans ng Fanatic Onic tsaka sa mga fans ng APBren, thank you sa pagpunta. Sobrang dami kasing tao ngayon eh.
Ang dami!
Sobrang sarap maglaro ngayon kasi napuno yung mga slot ng mga upuan.
And now, alam mo, nag-trending yung last interview. Pwede mo ba sabihin mga pre?
Mga pre.
Ayan. Okay. And now, ang lucky winner para sa 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Congratulations! What's your name?
Earl po.
Earl! Sino dito favorite player mo?
Si Kirk po.
Oh my gosh! Alam mo, lover boy ka na talaga. Punta ka dito, Kirk. Okay, Uy, galingan mo kasi may nauna sa'yo. Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kirk?
Good game. And thank you congrats for defending your streak for today's. And, oh my God, ang cute niya.
Ang cute niya. Wait, ano bang meron kay Kirk? Ba't ba kinakabaliwan to ng mga girls ngayon? Ano bang meron kay Kirk?
Ano po, kasi siya po yung bebe boy ng Onic eh.
Lover boy. Uy, ang cute mo daw.
Thank you po.
Ano bang pakiramdam na yung mga fans, ikaw palagi yung sinasabi?
Masaya po kasi
Masaya ka ba talaga? Totoo ba? Patingin ng mukhang masaya. Okay, anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya? Anong gusto mo sabihin?
Thank you po sa suporta.
Okay, now I'm gonna take this. Let's do this once again. We're gonna hold hands once again. Hold hands once again. Okay, hold his hand and don't let it go until you walk, okay? Go ahead. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Wait, don't let it go. Congratulations once again to Fanatic Onic Philippines, still undefeated. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Paso.
You know what? I don't know if you guys called it, but boy, oh boy, Fnatic Onic Philippines really did deliver a reverse sweep against Falcons APBren. I don't know what to say, man.
I called the opposite. Again, it's out there. It's on the internet. And I said Falcons APBren will snap this win streak in half, but not if King Kong has to say about it, not if Brusco has anything to say about it, not if Coach Tony has anything to say about it. And there it is. While Maro was asking, who's the MVP going to be? Who is it going to be? I was screaming, Brusco!
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Brusco!
I feel like the reaction, the draft, like I feel like why not mention it correctly? His draft is fine. The draft was great. And I think, you know, a lot of people, myself included, didn't completely agree with it. But apparently that's what they needed, right? I feel like that's what they needed to actually put a haymaker into FCAP.
You can quote me on it. 19 out of 20 times you're going to put that alpha in the jungle. This is the 1 out of 20 right here. And, all right, some theory crafting. You can watch the highlights as it goes. Everything went fine for FCAP up until Brusco found the game-winning play and got the 3-man pickoff with no clapback whatsoever, no punishes in the top lane. And that allowed Fnatic Onic PH to just clean out the mid lane at 19 minutes. That is TikTok timers, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching, that's close to a minute on the death timers on each member of FCAP that was missing. And they had the worst possible combination of dudes left on the map. They had Ogwin and Marco.
That's right. And you needed to kind of clear up a minion wave, basically. And they couldn't do that.
Nope.
Super
not
Marco
these
decided to go on top side and leave Ogwin. Said, you know what, maybe that's probably just one tank. But you know what? FNOP says, you know what, we can do this. We can do this. And they did.
If ever it was another different combination of maybe Flap left.
Flap or Kyle for the clear.
Kyle left, Few left. It's just the perfect storm for Fnatic Onic PH to take advantage of. And, all right. We let them cook, and they served us up a dish that we didn't know we would love. Kirk on the Alpha might have been the answer that they did indeed need. I'll go try to find Coach Tony later on, but I'm trying to explain the Alpha here.
Oh, yeah.
It might be the only other XP laner, save for a Uranus and maybe a Tams, that would have the right amount of damage output and sustainability that they needed right then and there. Tams and Uranus don't provide the one thing that maybe Uranus do. Number one, true damage.
True damage.
He's got true damage. And number two, CC. Those two chunky dudes, like literally a demon and a floating statue, don't have CC. They don't have true damage. Thomas has a little bit, but
yeah,
Alpha has it reliably. So this might actually be the forefront of a new meta. This might be a new XP lane pick that's actually legit.
Despite the stats showing otherwise, right? I feel like it went 0-6 in the first half.
0-6 and 4, 0-6 and 5,
right?
something like that.
So I would say in stats wise, it might lose out on lane,
0-5,
but
yeah.
maybe it kind of delivered what FNOP needed in the team fight. Right, that's what maybe one thing that maybe why not will say.
For sure. Carl, it happened again. Game 2, they won off of the back of the same kind of comp. 3 frontliners.
It's insane, right? It's uncanny, unorthodox. But like I mentioned, after Game 3 draft, maybe unorthodox is exactly what it takes to slay a Titan.
That's how you take down the likes of FCAP. You play in a way that they aren't ready for. You try to attack from a different angle, and apparently the angle was top lane. You take them 3 down with no trades. That was, I guess that's why the whole 3 front liner situation works for Fnatic Onics, because they're so all in on their plays that if you can't find a way to punish them or trade back, it's over. And literally that's what it is now for FCAP. It's over.
Really did. And again, if you just joined, it's a reverse sweep as well. It did not look pretty for Fnatic Onic in the earlier parts of the game or match, but you know what? They bounced back, and it was very creative drafting.
Even in the game.
Even in the game,
Even
it
in
looked
game
rad,
3
right?
alone, you watch up until minute 15, minute 16, you'd say it's over. FCAP wins. Bulletproof Marco is at large once more, but apparently it's not a 1v5 game. It's a 5v5 game, and FNOP used their 5. Better.
And I guess that's what family is, family is. Greater than numbers. It's everyone working together, giving it to the literal world champions. Oh, that is just beautiful. And you couldn't have written the story better. There was no other better way to end that story. But of course, we're not over yet. Maybe for the first half for Fnatic Onic is done, but we still have a few matches up for you. They are literally just one more. And it's also another possible free game series for sure. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Given last night's performance by Smart Omega, they're facing off against one half of the Titans of MLBB in Team Liquid PH. So one Titan has already fallen. How about another?
That's a very loaded question. And again, it's not impossible, especially with the way that Smart Omega is actually playing right now. I mean, I would give him the benefit of the doubt, especially you guys, especially if you're a long-time barangay. You got to keep your heart in and watch it happen later on. But that's going to happen right after this break. Please do stick around. This MPL Philippines Season 14, week number 4. We're still going.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Fun facts. Week 3. 13 out of the 17 games played, the team that won the first turtle won the game. This was last week's number for comparison. Only 2 teams this week didn't win the game after winning the first turtle. Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team. Yup, the 4 times it happened, it was them. It was a tough week for Hylos as they only won 1 game and lost 10 times in week 3. While Hylos cries, let's look at the heroes that weren't absolute losers like me. Obvious, Edith, Nolan, Harith, and Tigreal were this week's best performing heroes. This week, on Chip Watch, he's still missing. He's been banned in the first phase for the red side teams for 50 games in a row. When will he get picked again? I don't know. There were 10 games won by the team that got the first blood and the first turtle. These are the teams that were able to do that. I'm not saying all of that. Redmar just transitioned to under the table because people liked it when you did that in episode 2. The XP lane and jungle heroes were first picked by the blue side 6 times each. Edith and Hylos for the EXP and Roger and Link for the jungle. Notice how you can flex 3 of those heroes in different roles. I'm getting out of here. So yun na nga guys, meron pala tayong fun fact about si King Kong kasi guys, ganito yan. So si King Kong, yung ginawa niya, ganito kasi yan guys. Legit. It's time to update Redmar's Bulletproof Leaderboard. Benny Cutie, Domeng, King Kong, Kelra, and Super Marco are all tied with 6 bulletproof games. That's 6 games where they won and didn't die. See you next week.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop.
Power, work, life, and more with Smart Powerall. All access data now up to 9.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS, di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, wala kasang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors:
Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Nice, nice. No. Nice, boys. Hey, mabubuhay ka rin. Tapos na. Tapos na. Tulat, bro. Uwi tayo. Kaya makakawin ako. Tapos na akin. Para.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English Desk. I am Naisu, joined here with Ingan. And you just heard the comm check from our last match. It was the star match of this week between FCAP and FNOP, Fnatic Onic Philippines. And hey, they maintained the streak in a reverse sweep against FCAP.
It did not disappoint. I mean, this was technically your biggest foe, your biggest threat to your streak, but they were able to turn things around and keep it alive.
I'm going to ask you real quick, what was your favorite part, or standout player, let's say that, standout player in that series for what we just witnessed?
For me, it was really King Kong.
King Kong?
He kept Fnatic Onic afloat despite the efforts of Super Makmak. Didn't even die the whole game despite their loss.
Well, you can see it right there. Fnatic Onic Philippines breaks their franchise's best start with a 7-0 run. So, as we mentioned, you know, when we closed out that series, man, they perfect run for the first half of the regular season, and we'll see if they can continue that on for the second half, of course, because what a strong start. And I hope that the main thing is I hope they can continue on after, you know, regular season, take that into the playoffs, and hope, well, I guess we got to start with number one. They got to take it to the second half of the season. But looking at the standings because of what just happened, they're still going to be sitting nice and pretty at the top. Fnatic Onic there, 7-0, 7 points for those match points that they have, and a massive record. And, you know, Falcons APBren still tied there with Aurora MLBB. And, of course, you go down the list here.
I could just imagine, I mean, once we approach the playoffs, like, who's going to be the top 4? Who's going to be the remaining 4? Because a lot of teams are contending. And a lot, actually, from the community have been saying that this might be the closest records we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, at the beginning of the season, that was the question I think a lot of people wondered is this new point system, like how would it work in this setup? And I think it's not only because all the teams are very competitive, but also the fact that this new point system keeps things very competitive and very close, because in a matter of a weekend, things can change. So we'll see if things can change for you guys, because are you feeling bored with the usual ranked matches? Since you could spice things up with the Snapdragon Pro Series at Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 6, as they're already in Season 6.
Yeah, and it's time to step up your game and face off against the best of the best. Sign-ups open for all qualifiers. Just head on to esl.gg/SBS MLBB.
Love that. Again, can't believe another season is about to start for SBS. And it's always interesting to watch because you also get to see some new names, new faces show up in SPS. And, of course, it leads us into the big tournaments ahead of us. So don't forget to join. But to break down the game a little bit further ahead of us, let's throw it over to our panelists, Leo and Rockhart, to talk about the matchup.
All right, we got a bit of a banger matchup here as well, just like the previous match. This is going to be one for the books. This is TLPH versus Smart Omega. And again, I think reading through the comments of the previous game, people are really torn between the two results that we saw earlier. Like you mentioned, it felt like a 1 in 14 million chance, but they still pushed through. So big congratulations to FNOP for that one. And for FCAP, still very much of an opponent worthy to be respected.
You can't take it away that Falcons APBren are still one of the two titans of MLBB, and the other is in action right here, facing off against ang bagong barangay in Smart Omega.
That's right.
And both teams, they want to end the first half of Season 14 with a bang-bang.
With a bang-bang!
And
Not just a bang.
That
A
basically
bang-bang.
just means they want all the momentum that they could get with, you know, the point that they can walk away with going in the second half. Because, sure, for majority of our teams, they're safe. Because given the 1 point per series win, it's easier for you to climb up through. But also, every point matters. When 1 point is all you get, all the more you want to get those points. So, with that said, it's as close as it gets. The Barangay versus the Cavalry. Look at those numbers, Rocker. Look at how tight those numbers are. Save for turret damage and Lord Control.
That's right. And this is the stats of the reigning MPL Philippines champion. Never
right.
forget that. And of course, this is Barangay Omega, who has exceeded expectations. Of course, I think more specifically for Ukir and Sanji, it is going to be a very interesting one, just because of the way that the meta is playing out so far.
For sure, acting as secondary shot callers and captains for their squads respectively. It matters so much what they're able to do on the map. And with Sanji, the mid lane genius, going up against Ukir, who I'd like to think is the savior of Bagong Barangay coming in the twilight of Season 13. He was first to help them maybe go for a Hail Mary play, make it to the playoffs, and then followed by Chaknu. I think these two gentlemen, specifically, are who are responsible for this new era of Barangay Omega.
And you have to look at the stats as well. Neck and neck as well, with average assists and kill participation, making sure their presence is known in the team fights in the Land of Dawn. Even the first blood counts are matching up. This is like two sides of a coin.
For sure. Again, do note how much higher Ukir's KDA is. I think you could chalk that up to his unique pick, the Lilia, which he broke out last night. It's a hero that is just so elusive, a hero that is so good at controlling range, controlling the amount of damage you get over time, compared to Sanji's one-and-done diversion off of the Lu Yi, who, by the way, is just perfect for Liquid Philippines MO. They just want to shock you into submission. Just
That's right.
Pow, we're here, we're done.
At least it fits with the playstyle, right? The playstyle that you want Team Liquid, or what they're known for, which is going around the map and making unexpected stuff happen, blowing up bases out of nowhere.
It's the Lone Stallion who won off of a singular Valentina push in Season 13. If you remember, like that's what happened literally about 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, it feels like ages ago. Honestly, it feels like a different world back then, right? Where it was tanks were still reigning supreme on the
Utility
jungle.
jungler,
The utility junglers are reigning supreme, as well as obviously the mid lane. I guess getting added a few more heroes or revamps. Like the Aurora wasn't shown there, right?
No,
it wasn't a thing. So, man, what a different battlefield we have today. But right now, we still want to think who you think is it come out on top here. Is it Omega, OMG, or TLPH? Sound off in the comments and vote by the online poll.
Already as it is, I owe the world 30 push-ups. It's down to this last matchup wherein the forecast states Liquid wins. That's what I said. That's what my forecast said. That's what my prediction said. And that was
on paper.
On paper, on video. That was about a week ago when I shot that video. But now, I'll tell you, Rockhart, I think I might be adding push-ups.
Well, with the way that Omega performed yesterday.
Last night.
Oh my goodness me. Why not? Exactly, not the coach. Why not?
Yeah, and with the potential of a jungle switch-up for Liquid. Not to say that I don't trust Zyda, but Carl hits diff, man. Carl is literally the young GOAT.
I guess there's just some kind of unseen X factor that you get in a team. It's like the team gets buffed up whenever KyleTzy does play on the field. And that's the reason why a lot of other junglers actually have to work double, because they have to make up for that as well, like that X factor.
Mentally keep up with what Carl is capable of.
Exactly, what he gives to the team.
The amount of heart that he gives to this game for 5 or 6 years now and counting.
That's right. In case you guys don't know, right? I mean, obviously, Zyda probably, again, just like the situation where we see players like Nibber come in, does have some pretty big shoes to fill right now on the roster. But yeah, that's going to be the case apparently, right?
Titan-sized shoes.
Titan-sized shoes. I don't even know they make those new ones for...
They don't.
They probably don't.
KyleTzy is literally an anomaly in the Matrix.
He really is.
A genetic freak.
And again, does it mean that Team Liquid's going to get nerfed? I don't think so, honestly. I feel like Zyda is definitely... a lot of people who know and watch the other leagues will know what Zyda's capable of.
He's an MDL champion, mind you.
Just so you know.
That's something Carl doesn't have.
Oh, that's a good point.
Literally.
That's a good point. So, yeah, if you guys know, you know. And right now, again, we want to know what your opinion is, right? Let us know in the comments. We'll read that a little bit later on. But for now, again, I'm very excited to see whether or not Omega does have the trick. And obviously, they do. They look like they do. But again, you're going against the current champions. And just like earlier, it was the world champions who fell. What's it going to look like today in this matchup?
Is today a bad day to be a Titan?
Maybe it's a bad episode.
Is the weight of that title going to bear heavy on these squads? We're about to find out.
We're going to find out as we do see the teams walk up on the stage into the battlefield right here, right now.
Let's welcome our marshals, Jeff, JJ, Pat, and Chico! First up on stage, riding their momentum of last night's win, ang bagong barangay is ready for battle. Ukir, Chaknu, Chom, Ryota, and Andoryu. It's Smart Omega! And their opponents, galloping their way on stage, hungry for a win. Here comes the cavalry. It's JP, Sanji, Zyda, Sanford, and Benny Cutie. They are Team Liquid Philippines. And their coaches, Smart Omega's Coach Lembot. And Team Liquid Philippines, Coach CJ.
It's time for the face-off. Sanji, Ukir, step forward. Step closer together. Ukir, ano ang palag mo kay Sanji?
Mas malupit ang hairstyle ko.
Sanji, ano ang palag mo kay Ukir?
Mas malupit ang Korean hellcourt ko.
Palag kong palag, fist bump. It's into battle. Panel, pasok.
We are heading into the fight, and it is Smart Omega roaring with Ukir's beautiful, flawless hairstyle.
I mean,
he's very happy to
he is right. He's not wrong at that. Look at those long locks, and look at how long he can engage from. Again, I'm expecting that Lilia and that that Aurora, more specifically, to come into play here in this best of three. Those are things that Coach CJ might definitely have to consider stealing away, putting in the hands of Sanji.
That's true. Again, Sanji has been shown to be capable of wielding such a hero. And again, it is not going to be surprising to see Zyda. It is his, I guess, his debut.
Season debut!
14. That's season 14 debut in week number 4.
Woo! That is MDL Philippines Season 2, regular season, and finals MVP for you.
There you go. And the stats, We'll see how they fare up against each other. First blood ratio definitely favoring the current champions right now. But Omega, they're trailing closely and even leading in terms of tower take percentage.
Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines, despite being short about 15% on first bloods, they're better at controlling the Lord. So, best believe, hit the 8.5, 9-minute mark if Omega's not ready. Because again, they're a very late game-centric squad. If Team Liquid PH control that Lord pit, then Zyda's going to hit that red tree.
Yeah, despite their advantages, we'll have to wait and see who gets the keys to victory here. Brought to you by Infinix. Apparently for Omega, you know what? Keep them cheese picks coming, boys. Everyone loves it. Everyone's enjoying it. And they've proven they can play with it as well.
Talking about cheese picks, watch out for the Gatot Mamba brought in by the Chak. And if you're talking about what Liquid has to do, look back at the playstyle that they developed. Not just because one player changed from the 5 means you have to change entirely. I think a Zyda manned Liquid should perform very closely to what a Carl manned Liquid performs. It's just maybe they'll change their trades.
That's
Not
right.
just in the game, but also in the draft.
And again, late game decision making for both of these teams. Definitely Omega has that in spades, but you know what? In fairness to Omega, their early game has also been proving to be very good lately. Not just relying on really Hail Marys, right?
sure.
A big change for the new barangay, and that's probably why they're called the new barangay right now. They have really developed and matured into a team.
And I think what's scarier is, yeah, they're no longer just reliant on the comeback factor, but also they have a new weapon. That whole mid-game swing, wherein they take control, they can end the game at about 13-14, and it's over. Doesn't spell a good chance for Team Liquid, especially now that they're changing junglers.
That's right. So I wonder if that's going to catch them by surprise. But you know what, Omega, maybe they can do that with a surprise first pick. They are picking up the blue side.
This is tough, especially since cheese is the name of the game for Smart Omega. All the more they can set up those cheese picks, especially if you're going with a 2-pick swing. Not just the first pick, Gambit, but the 2-pick swing after the banning phase, the second banning phase. This is tough. I'm liking it. I'm here for it.
This could be tough, but again, it's going to be a challenge that you have to face if you are facing the the Philippines champions, which is TLPH.
Former world champions too.
Former world champions, right? They're M4, no doubt about it.
Here we
Sans Carl T.
go. Hey, Zyda was there too.
Oh, Zyda was there too.
Zyda
right.
was
He
on
was
ground.
on the lineup, right?
Zyda was there too, so best believe Coach Saire and Coach CJ have a lot to think about. Speaking of which, Coach Saire had some time with Omega too.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, he's from the system. He's from the family, so he would know what's up. And check out this ungodly win rate from Smart Omega, 71% compared to 20 on Liquid's red. This is tough.
So all in all, the numbers are showing that it feels like TLPH is at a bit of a disadvantage in game.
The numbers and the facts.
The numbers and the facts, right?
Oh no, there's a Nolan the Fanny. This is for those of you who don't know, Zyda is an assassin specialist. So all of these, the Nolan and the Fanny taken out early. This is Lembot attacking the former MDL champion. And as well, Coach CJ taking out the Chip and the Hylos. There goes the Phobius. What's left out there? The Edith open?
Yeah, probably the Edith.
The Zosk.
The Ling.
The Ling, the Zosk.
Yeah, I think they might have some fun with that. Zosk, definitely a very powerful first pick here.
The Edith.
There's the Edith. Now you'll have to wonder, TLPH is still going to come up with assassin junglers here, or will they have something else in store for us? New player, maybe new surprises.
Yep, still has a Ling and a Haya out there. If the first phase elapses without the Ling or the Haya picked up, best believe we're going to start going to the B tier of junglers.
What about Roger? Yeah, you kind of just
you could throw the Roger in there.
Yeah.
Roger should be picked up here right now.
If they want to, yeah.
If they want to, but if it doesn't come down to that, you're going to see the Bane.
Oh, don't worry. Oh, yeah, I know you're going to have some fun later.
I'm happy.
We'll have to wait and see. Historically, it can go.
Yeah, what you need to make the Bane work is two solid frontliners and then no clear way to get to you.
They lock in the Roger. Oh, we're not quite sure.
Big ticket picks.
Not quite sure, but yeah, these are two very powerful picks, usually first pick material here for a lot of teams.
Yeah, so already Team Liquid PH don't have to rush it. Amazing dreads by Big J here.
His dreads are in an opposite direction today. Is that?
It's getting more intricate. There's the Moskov.
I mean something.
Yep, they're not picking up the Bane. That's a Jungle Julian. Andori's picking it up.
All right. If it was any other person, maybe you would consider a mid Julian, but apparently not. Right?
No. Check it out. Assists per game rank number 1 is Ukir at 7.86, followed up by 2 of the Titans mid laners. That's how out of his mind Ukir's been playing now in Season 14.
Unbelievable. I think that was kind of like in match number 1 where FNOP stats were actually above, even a bit above sometimes of another Titan, right? So that is really saying something here for the rest of the teams here in MPLPH.
Yeah, truth be told, what makes you a Titan aren't the numbers. It does help, you know, like come down to studying what's possible, what you're capable of, but really got to watch MPL Philippines teams at the top to understand what's going on. Closing up their draft, Team Liquid PH pick up the Tigreal, so there's a possible roamer already for both sides. Closing it up, there's the Faramis taken out. Of course, that's a Riku special. And for Smart Omega, the carry. Interesting. Something tells me Omega's going to invest in one more frontliner. One more solid frontliner because they're closing up the potential answers. He's still here. Obito's still here. Oh no! Wow!
He bought some tickets. He went crazy buying tickets today.
That's so many jutsus in a single second.
I didn't know you could cast that much. Isn't there like a limit?
I'm pretty sure we have to report that to the council.
We'll have to see. He's definitely bringing some rules here. Someone apparently dodged the wife.
You know who else we need to report to the council? These 3 gentlemen.
Who?
They did not report.
They did not report to commander.
To their wives, their respective wives, to watch MPL. But we got you covered. Whoever we need to talk to, just holler.
And you know what? If you're gonna do that anyway, you might as well not highlight to people that you're doing that. I don't know. That was funny. Anyway.
They incriminated themselves,
They incriminated themselves. I mean, we probably wouldn't have noticed, but they made sure we'd notice.
They are penitent sinners. They're already apologizing, but they're here.
Yeah, maybe they already have a plan to make up for it later. So we'll see. We'll see that later. But speaking of things that we'll see, 8 games played last season. Zyda recorded 100% win rate?
On Nolan. Barat, who's no longer in the meta. Fredrin also not in the meta. Joy making a showing.
That's fair.
So there's 2 out of 4. 50% of Zyda's known hero pool they can make work with. There's the Grok, there's the Harith, taken out of the picture, no longer in the equation.
I will choose my
there's the Arlott. Oh, it's been a while since we've last seen Arlott.
It actually is, right?
All right.
Maybe last week, sorry, I think Friday we saw one.
Saw him a couple times
last week.
last
very
week.
Rare, very
Maybe
sparse.
once this week. All right. Can confirm now where the Tigreal and the Arlott are going. We don't know what the Roger's doing. Most likely going into Zyda's hands.
Still flexible.
Smart Omega, though. What's in mid? What's in Rome?
Well, the Grok is not cooking here today, so maybe something like
Wait.
Minotaur.
They can...
Jawhead?
Carl, they can still... Yeah, Jawhead's open, yes, but they can also... Gatot, Lilia. Gatot, Lilia!
Lilia coming
there
in. There it is.
It's the main strength of this lineup, I don't know if you guys talked about it at length last night, was its capability to engage at almost any single range.
Very low downtime as well.
Very low downtime.
Exactly.
They can re-engage. They can... Anything that they do, you're not sure if it's offensive or defensive.
That's a fun part of playing it.
It's a rattlesnake lineup.
I saw people commenting yesterday where they were Gatot mains and they're like, finally, thank you for validating us.
Thank you, Omega. Now,
this is a very strong pick.
Liquid closes up with the, again, Eminent Ling. The Roger was out there early on. We didn't know if it was gold or jungle. Now confirmed. Benny will go ahead and scratch away in the gold lane with the Ling closing it up. I like it. It's a very comfortable draft for Liquid, but how does it fare against Omega's venomous rattlesnake draft?
I actually completely agree. Very comfortable. At the same time, it kind of relies a lot on the sets of the Arlott. You know, it kind of relies a lot on the Tigreal as well. And if you combo it together, it could be potent, but you know what? Who's potent? It's Venom. Venom's very, very potent on the side of Omega here with the Gatot and the Lilia.
It's the Marikina Rattlesnake.
Marikina Rattlesnake.
That's where they're from.
Oh, really?
They're boot camps in Marikina City.
There you go. So fun fact for you guys. Let's see what our casters have to say about that. You got Leo and Negan coming up right on your screen.
Here.
Sorry, nice to meet Negan.
Thank you so much, guys. Yep, it's me, Nice Suing on here on the English desk. And hey, fun fact, I just learned out where the Brungai is.
What?
It's in Marikina.
Yeah, you haven't been there?
I have not been there.
It's like a huge compound. They even have their own basketball court.
I know they have the basketball court, but I'll tell you what they have in this game here, Egon. And to our viewers again, the Gatot Mamba is back after what we saw yesterday and how well this performed. I'm wondering if TLPH took some notes. Also with their change, of course, this time bringing in Zyda. You know, taking a quick look at the emblems too. Of course, you got 2 war cries over there for them, and they want to play with this scaling lineup, and it is going to hurt early on, especially with a Ling here. Speaking of Zyda, Egon, I know you have some experience as well, you know, seeing him play in the MDL before, and you heard the stats during the panel segment. How do you think he's going to fare up against Andoryu here?
Andoryu, okay. Zyda, okay, technically he's a good player. Again, S2 of MDL Grand Finals MVP and regular season MVP. But Andoryu's been on a roll, especially with the Julian. We've seen it yesterday as they swept their last series, and of course, Gatot Kacha. But looking at the stats of Zyda last season, 8 games played, 100% winner. So basically, all the games he played, they've won.
Yeah. It's just the only thing is like the panel mentioned, you know, Fredrin and Barrett's aren't really in the meta anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you see like a Fredrin pop up once in a blue moon, but for the most part, it's not going to happen.
But still, though, in the MDL, though, he's been using Ling, Lancelot.
Like,
so
he can play the assassins.
Yeah, he can, for sure.
Obviously, I would say at this point, man, everybody that likes to play MLBB and jungles, they've got the assassins,
Here's the
you know,
Mamba.
practiced. Yeah. And you can play around with that. So with this, nothing starting up until this turtle does spawn. So for now, they're going to go ahead. Omega starts this up. TLPH will go ahead and wait for Zyda to go ahead and get that purple buff. But at least for now, you just kind of sit here and wait until this engage comes through. But there's no level 4s yet on the roamers as well.
Okay, the difference between the 2 roamers is although they're both chunky, you wouldn't want to damage. No, he's using the Revitalize, so he doesn't have the Vengeance. So. Okay, as much as possible though, it's okay for Chaknu to get damage, but on the other hand, JP, if he soaks up the damage without being able to set up the implosion, that's gonna be a huge problem. So for JP, he has to be more safe compared to Chaknu, because Chaknu has the AOG. But look at this implosion play coming in from JP right away. First blood for Zyda as he casts the Tablets of Blades, but gets caught up there. Gonna get a kill. Andoryu brings him down as JP tries to run away, but here comes Chaknu. Here comes the Chimeric Force. Andoryu still on the double kill, finds the triple as well. What a start for the first game.
Oh man, earlier we said Andoryu's been doing phenomenal. Well, look at that, a triple to start. Talk about scaling. That's Sanford. I don't know if he's going to do anything.
Oh, flicker in from Ryota. Ryota army again making noise as Zyda tries to get the turtle and he steals it away. Gonna manage to escape here, but on the other hand, the 2 gold laners meeting in the middle. The clash will not continue here, but look at this. They find someone. It's going to be onto Chaknu. Is he still alive? No. Zyda's going to bring him down.
I stand corrected. Sanford bought enough time to let Zyda come in. Zyda somehow ends up getting the retribution off, takes the objective. So what ended up being a pretty bad situation for TLPH, they at least made it a little less bad.
Yeah.
It's still, you know, highly in favor of Omega in that last exchange, but that's the thing. At least they go ahead and get something, and now they can kind of take it from there because those early kills, that triple kill on Andoryu on a Julian of all things. Look at him. He's already got 2 items being built up here. First one, I'm not sure. Maybe the Feather of Heaven is what he goes. I don't know. Blood Wings. Blood Wings is what he goes with here. So locks in the Blood Wings this early on, under the 5-minute mark. And part of his job, honestly, is just to get, you know, this interaction between him and the Lilia there. You have tons of magic damage available because then you wait later for Big Jome to just show up on the Moskov that we see so many times in and out. And I know that you pointed this out too, you know, the Revitalize on Chaknu. He did this also last night. Ends up working out pretty good in the fact that if he gets the Avatar of the Guardian set up on... Oh, hold on.
Sanford. Okay, Ryota pops the Primal Wrath. Zyda waits for an opportunity to strike. But again, look at this. Sanford picks up a Thunderbelt, and I actually like to point out what you mentioned about Ukir and Andoryu. Because again, even if Omega doesn't necessarily have a hard lockdown, apart from the Earth Shatter and onward from Ryota, the slows from Andoryu, from Lilia, and even Shaknu once he taunts the TLPH, that might be enough for Omega to burst down the members of TLPH.
That's the scary thing with the Julian is like once you get those enhanced chains off, you know, it provides a lot of obviously time in the air, but also damage. So this turtle for the taking, or TLPH wants to answer this. There's the conceal.
There's a conceal. But is he going to go for the back line? Look at that. Another burst right away onto Sanji as Zyda gets the turtle. Tempest of Blades is there. AOG as well. A lot of ultimates being casted. But the first man down as well as JP. Look at Sanford going in with a vengeance. Is he going to be able to escape? One more hit. But Ryota says it's on me to bring him down. That's 3 for 1 exchange. But still, Zyda gets the turtle.
That's going to keep happening, man. I don't know. Zyda, very impressive with getting the turtle, getting those objectives, but Omega likes to fight. We saw this last night as well with the similar lineup, and even if, for example, let's say Jome's not there, they'll still duke it out, and it seems like Smart Omega has found something that's really like, that they can really play around. Whether that's Chaknu on this Gatakacha pick might be part of the puzzle here, but really it's just them playing as a team, having that synergy. And I know we like to say, you know, Omega timers, but throw those out of the window, at least for week 4, because time and time again, Omega has been starting strong.
Actually, if you noticed the graphics a while ago, the comparison, Omega has a fastest game compared to TLPH, and faster, longest game compared to TLPH. So in terms of the late game, I think TLPH is more familiar because they have more experience. But as Omega tries to burst down the turret here in the bottom lane, that's the first major objective for Omega.
All right, objectively, at least Omega gets 2 turrets now in their favor. You know, they gave up, they couldn't get the 2 turtles. Jome's going to go ahead and save that turret from going down, so it does keep the turret up. But now at this point, you know, for Omega, with a lead they have, a 1,500 gold lead from this point, they want to go ahead and get this 3rd turtle once it comes up here. That set themselves up really well for once the Lord comes into play here. Golden Staff also being picked up here by Jome, and on the flip side, Zyda gets a little sustainability, picks up the Haas Claws, because he knows that part of that pressure coming in might just be the fact that he takes a couple hits, he's going to heal back up and then join the fight. Once JP or Sanford gets the sets they're looking for. So, Smart Omega starts up this 3rd turtle. I don't think they want to give this one up. Looks like it's going to be clearly theirs.
Okay, so the trade for TLPH is instead go for the orange buff of Andoryu. In terms of levels, it's actually Zyda ahead by 1 compared to Andoryu. And right now, if you're TLPH, you wouldn't want to initiate a clash, especially if JP's not around. So Zyda has to do double work here. Make sure to get the pickups that they need, and at the same time, go for the split push. Because they're going to be dealing with the Moskov later on into the late game.
That's the thing, though. We always see this, you know, where basically at some point, the Roger, you need to get that timing, right? The timing on the items that you need to lock in. Hold on, Conceal going to be used.
Oh, Ryota misclicks on that Earth Shatter. And now they're going to get onto Chaknu. JP, who's going to fall down first? Look at the sustain from Chaknu as he gets the AOG, Zyda. But Zyda onto the chase. Templates of Blades is there. Chaknu is still safe. No casualties for both of these teams. And wow, just wow. Chaknu, although he used the Revitalize, that, oh, look at that! Benny Cutie chases right after Chaknu, wants to go for Andoryu. And I believe Benny Cutie watched yesterday's match of Omega, because this is what Chaknu did yesterday.
Yeah.
Against King Kong.
He escaped.
Yeah, he escaped.
He escaped so many times. And, you know, they weren't going to let it go the way this time. And I'm wondering what the call was there, because, of course, Zyda goes in, Temps Blades. It almost looked like he feigns it. Like, we are going to engage, but then he backs off. And then the call for Benny Cutie to come in comes through. And, you know, that could have just been a really good decision that TLPH takes it, where the momentum, again, all this was building up for Omega, where they were nearly 2,000 ahead. And leading into the first Lord, that's crucial for TLPH to kind of even things out. The only problem that I see with TLPH dealing with this lineup from Omega is the fact that in the Lord pit, and this is why it's so important for JP to get that implosion off.
Oh, final slash onto Chaknu plus a Sacred Hammer. Are they going to burst down? The Mamba goes down right away, but on the other hand, Jome working on the top lane.
He's pushing the tier 2. Yeah, he's going for it. I think he's just going to go ahead and, okay, he doesn't fully get it. So there's got to be a response coming up from Benny Cutie. Zyda, Lord is up. But I think that's the one thing, too.
Yeah.
I guess the weak point of the fact of Garakacho can just fly into the air and get out of there is the fact that it's sometimes if you get locked down by multiple CCs, like the Final Slash like we saw there, or even JP, you're just sitting there clicking, clicking the ultimate. You're like, man, I can't jump. And that's the downside.
Yeah, but the downside for TLPH as well is they have to commit a lot of skills just to bring down Chakno. Again, a Final Slash plus Sacred Hammer. Although JP didn't use the Implosion, it's gonna take a lot just to bring down Chakno. And you can't force or use all your resources because at the end of the day, but wait a minute, Earth Shatter combination for JP here. Spear of Destruction, I'm not sure if it hits, but the Demonic Force is there. Look at that, Chakno soaking up all the damage, but it's not going to be enough because Sanji's going to bring him down. Now Cutie onto the backline, Sanford soaking up the damage as well as Ryota gets the Lord, plus the kill onto Sanford. And that trade, I think that trade will go to Omega.
Yeah, Omega getting the Lord, getting a couple kills after a 2. Part of it is just Chaknu being so hyper-focused with this. Even with a triple Final Slash from Sanford, they had the win. They had the win in that team fight also because of the fact that we see Jome just freely firing off on the Moskov here.
Yeah.
So again, great team fighting there from Omega. They get themselves the objective to play around with.
It's a really good pickup
so
for
it's
Ryota.
TLPH, yeah. Ryota doing a fantastic job grabbing that Lord.
So far, so good. Ryota's been on a roll. Yesterday, rocking the Phobius twice. And this time, the Edith, as the Lord marches there in the top lane. TLPH still has good wave control, has good wave clear. They still have Benecuti, they still have Zanji. But again, if the setups coming in from Omega continues, it's going to be a hard game for TLPH.
Okay, here they are. TLPH has to deal with this Lord. Also some split pushing happening on the other side of the map from Zyda. They'll go ahead and delay it as long as they can. TLPH knows that they can clear this first Lord pretty well, but they're going to continue to lose some of these tier 2s here as they're worked on by Omega. Hold on to the mid lane. And it looks like they're getting the call here. They want a sandwich.
Oh, but Jome catches Zyda off guard. With the onward headshot, no AOG, Spear of Destruction will connect. Here comes Big J, pops the Purify. JP sucking up the damage, but here comes Benecuti. Oh no, he's going up against 3, the Lycan pounce just to bring down Big J. Manages to escape, Andoryu chasing after Benecuti. He has the war cry though, so it's the Lycan pounce, but Andoryu still wins the exchange.
Oh man, I thought Benecuti would get away with it. But the moves from Andoryu don't fall short. Great usage there, especially with the enhanced sword at the end. But man, Omega still holding on. I mean, they finally got that tier 2 in the mid. They'll take some resources or try to. And TLPH feeling some pressure from Smart Omega.
I think we need to make a petition here. 2-star matches per week.
2-star matches.
This deserves to be a star match as well.
Hey, you know what? After how day 1 and day 2 went, I'll say today has been goated. Day 3 of week 4 so far. Hopefully we get 3 games in this one too, because it's already showing to be a promising series between these two battling out. And that's the thing. Even with this kind of change-up for TLPH, the fact that Zyda's in, overall it seems like he has this game plan in mind for Zyda even. It's just the timing was off there.
Yeah.
He ends up getting picked off when it looks like they're going in for a sandwich play against Smart Omega, but then they get punished. That's what they have to kind of work on here with Zyda with that change in where timing is important, especially when you're playing this Ling here.
Yeah,
and now the Lord's up.
And I think Jome and the rest of Omega was really anticipating the sandwich play. That's why he was ready to cast that second skill. Luckily, it hit onto Zyda, plus the onward combination didn't give enough time for Zyda to cast that Tempest of Blade, but right now Omega is bursting down. This Lord, Sanford goes in, but Ukir gets the Lord. AOG once again. JP picks up a kill, plus another onto Ryota, but look at Jome getting another. Gonna get Sanford here now. TLPH on a roll. It's just Ukir and Jome left. But here comes the Spear of Destruction. Jome going right after 3. And gonna get Benecuti. He does. Focuses on his attention onto JP. But the Nightmare Explore from Zanji is there. Look at Ukir bringing down the mid lane as well. It's just Jome left here. Wow.
Oh, it's the synergy with the haircuts, man. The hairstyles here between Jome and Ukir.
Oh, they still have the Lord up top. And now focusing their attention onto the middle lane turret. Look at the damage. Even Zyda has to walk away.
Okay, they still have a minion, but they get the base turret. They're happy with it. Man, I have to say it again. Jom and Ukir working together as two to turn that around. Talk about communication and the synergy between the two players.
Okay, now they still have the Lord up top. Ukir with the glooms, forcing Zyda to use the Templates of Blaze. Spear of Destruction will connect. Will Jom enter as the Lord bursts down the turret? Look at that AOG from Jacknu once again, connecting every single skills. Jom's still here, but Beneguti picks up a kill onto Chaknu as they burst down the Lord. Now 2 inhibitor turrets taken down by Omega.
Man, again, you know, Chaknu is doing the work, I gotta say, on this Ganaconcha, but unfortunately, once you land that and you're in the base, you're kind of exposed too, so you gotta have that follow-up. But unfortunately for them, Jom was kind of zoned out, JP was playing really front there, but ultimately, Smart Omega handles those 2 turrets. They get them down. TLPH only has that 1 base turret left in the bottom lane. So right now, Smart Omega playing on the momentum that they have. You can see that Wind of Nature's there as well for Jom, so he's got a little more defense, plus that Purify. And that's what's kind of helping him in a lot of this positioning, fighting, and everything else.
Yeah.
And concentrated energy locked into for Chaknu. So if he does jump in, he can sustain himself with the Revitalize as well. Chak Mamba with the assists. He's recorded 2,368 assists throughout his MPLPH career. He ranks 4th, next to Few, Oh My Venus, and KyleTzy.
Wow, Chak Mamba, just like the real Mamba, I think 4th in scoring all time.
Yeah, he's a legend, man.
He's a legend, Hall of Legends inductee. I think the only one who has yet to win an MPL title. But right now, they really have a huge lead over TLPH, 2.1K. But again, the story is 1 inhibitor turret for TLPH left.
That's all they have left. And now that they're, nearly 10 seconds away from this Lord here, I'm wondering if either of the jungles will get the, will actually secure the Lord, because so far it's been Ryota, and then it was Ukir. Ukir also picks up the Divine Glaive. So this time around, now that this Lord, this could be a game-winning Lord.
Oh, wait a minute.
Cut off?
They spot off where JP and Sanji is hiding, but Sanford is also here. 5-man rotation for Omega as Zyda waits patiently in the mid bush.
He's fine.
He's fine, so...
Let's get some vision.
Okay, so if we're going to play the Lord Dance fight, TLPH has an easier time because their inhibitor turret left is on the opposite side of the Lord. So they can manage the minion waves up top and in mid. But Omega, I think they have a plan to burst down this Lord, not let JP have a setup.
It's a great pickup item for Chaknu as well. Gets the winner's crown. So if the plan is to just find that perfect setup, Heroes landing, Avatar of the Guardian there, pops the winner's crown, has revitalized. There's so much. Ukir hasn't died yet either. It's been really difficult for TLPH to deal with him. So right now, favorably, Smart Omega going to go ahead and start this Lord here. Less than half health right now.
Oh, but Ryota catches Sanford off guard there as Jom just dishes out the damage. Ryota has to pop the Primal Wrath onto JP, soaking up every single damage, but Beneguti pops Chaknu's immortality! But Danny JP with the implosion play of a lifetime! 2 members will fall down in exchange for Sanford. Ryota working on Beneguti, pops his immortality. Double kill coming in from Zyda. They want to do the cleanup crew here. It's just Ryota left!
Oh man, JP! It's all his fault! Ends up going in with the setup, the implosion of a lifetime, exactly when they need it. And now all of that results in them getting and securing this Lord. We're going to take a look at the Infinix instant replay, and it's right here, fighting in this corridor. JP sees his moment, takes a couple of shots, gets ready, and boom, finds 4. And even if Ukir gets out of there, that is enough time and setup for TLPH to turn that in their favor.
Wow. I mean, he was literally catching the damage of the Primal Wrath from Ryota. He was even stunned there. But since he had that flicker, he was able to cast a 4-man implosion play, activating his damage dealers to dish out the damage. And right after that, Zyda, a jungler, finally secured a Lord Naisu.
Oh, again, man, that's why you can never count out these roam plays, these roamers that do it. Chaknu does it well, but this time JP does it. And now they have the push into the base here, working on the bottom turret.
Oh, Ukir, he has to force the black shoes just to evade, but look at Sanji dealing out the DPS. Gets a kill onto Ukir. Templars of Blades for Zyda here, and now JP catches someone. It's gonna be onto 2. Who's gonna fall down first? Ryota is low, he's gonna fall down in hands of Benecutie. Chaknu AOG is not gonna be enough. Has 2 members left to fend for themselves. 5 members of TLPH still here. They don't care. They wanna go for the crystal. They're gonna pick up a kill onto JP, but Jom onto the back line, wants to go right after Sanji, but Sanji says, not my San duo. A 1v1 onto the jungle, and Doryu wins that clash, and Omega defends the push.
They do it again, time and time. Somehow, some way, Smart Omega has this defense plan, but then can they keep it together? The push still coming through from Sanji and Sanford here. It's only Andoryu for a little bit longer.
4 seconds before Ukir arrives, but Andoryu manages to pick one off. And now a Winter Crown play just to delay.
Whoa!
No more inhibitor turrets left, but Omega still standing.
Ukir, okay. You gotta slow the pace here, Ukir.
I need to drink water.
Good thing.
Wow.
Smart Omega, there's something about them where just when you think things are gonna end, the switch just turns on. They somehow defend. Great defense. I know our panel is going to want to break that down later because great usage, even of the Spear of Destruction, to go on the backside and fire off and get space from Jom. Perfect decisions there to defend. They buy themselves time still in this game. And we're 30 seconds away from the Lord. Some items being picked up here. Even the potions and immortalities at this point. For these teams, 21.5 minutes into this game, TLPH saw the victory, but as much as they tried, they couldn't punch game 1 in.
Imagine, prior to that clash, prior to the Lord take, TLPH only had 1 inhibitor standing left. And right now, they still have 1 inhibitor left, and Omega has none. It's just a crystal for the barangay, but it was a good decision for Omega to really separate the clash. Andoryu and Jom, a defense of a lifetime once again, and now starting things off with this Lord. Zyda's going to be in the picture soon, but Benecutie making sure to push the mid lane, control the waves once again.
Okay, the downside is for Omega, all base turrets are down. TLPH holds on to 1. As small as an advantage that is, it's still an advantage. So all waves have to be managed here as well, and that's part of the problem that Smart Omega has to solve. TLPH also kind of spotting things out, getting the vision they need. JP still holding on to the immortality himself. He can play up front and a little risky here. So Omega, I would say even damage department, like they're all locked in. And Dora, you saw how much damage this Julian is doing.
Yeah.
Like he is there and he's able to compete, sometimes even 1v2, and that's something that TLPH has to keep an eye on. You can see why they don't want to commit to the Lord just yet here.
Look at the kill scoreboard. I think it's been a while since we've seen a 19 and 20 kill scoreboard as we approach the 23-minute mark. Even the 35-minute game of FCAP and TLPH didn't reach this score.
Yeah.
Wow, and right now, JP, he has to deal with the Purifies of Jom and Ukir plus the Black Shoes. So even if he has the Flicker, as long as they pop the Purify, they can easily turn things around.
There it is, less than half health right now. They're still going to slow it down.
Oh, look at Benecutie onto Ukir! Pops his immortality. He still has the Black Shoes, though. Has to back away. And now it's going to be a retribution battle between the 2 junglers. Zyda secures the Lord. TLPH will disengage. And they won that trade.
They don't have to fight, and they know it, right? They already get that out. Ukir holds on a little bit longer, but now they have to defend, man. They have to defend once again. We're going to see if Smart Omega has this defense play in their pockets while avoiding JP, because JP is waiting for that set. He doesn't have Flicker, doesn't have it available, but Sanford does. And that's why they're playing up front as this Lord gets ready to walk in.
Implosion play from JP as they bring down Andoryu. AOG is there, but Benecutie managing to free it. Every single member of Omega has to walk away, though, because the damage, he has to respect the damage of Omega. As Omega tries to work on this Lord. Chaknu very low here. Jom still unbothered. JP goes in with the Sacred Hammers, but Immortality is going to be popped up, but Zyda onto the backside. Look at Benecutie going around after the Crystal as TLPH forces a Game 1 win.
And you can hear the crowd. Let's go Liquid. As game one is secured, but man, I will say Omega did everything they could on that defense. But it was just too much pressure from the Cavalry to take game one. But what an amazing game one of the series here. I can't wait to see what's in store, and I can't wait to see what our panel has to say about this. Let's throw it on over to them to break it down.
I mean, say about what? There's so many things that actually happened there. We're going to have to go one by one if I want to really get a good, full grasp of that. But in general, TLPH basically just forced Omega into really tough situations where Omega had to bend so many different ways to get what they needed.
Yeah, number one, the Rattlesnake lineup no longer 100%. Its first loss ever since its debut last night after Smart Omega played 2 games in a row with the same strat, put to a stop here by the defending champions with Zyda as help, mind you. Amazing work by Team Liquid PH, and of course, it's this man's fault.
As always.
JP.
I mean, it started off with, like Igan beautifully and most eloquently put it, a beautiful implosion. That just happened time and time again afterwards. And somehow they were able to play around this Gato Gacha, which honestly is a challenge in and of itself. So, honestly, big props to JP for playing around it. At the same time, Benny Cutie with the plays he's doing.
Yeah, I think it's those 2 players and heroes, the dads of
yeah.
Team Liquid PH specifically. Number one, why the Tigreal, right? Looking at the highlights, you'll see here the turning points, wherein for a majority of this 20-something minute game, for sure Smart Omega was in control. But as soon as JP had a bead on how the Rattlesnake actually performs and how it wants to lean hard on certain rotations and movements and how maybe they want to back off, that's where he read, you know what, maybe a single implosion will wreck the tempo and the approach of the barangay. And you're just waiting for that moment right about...
when he goes down.
Here.
And he barely built...
Oh,
my
dear
goodness.
Lord. See, so he saw that coming. And mind you, that did not come quick. That did not come easy. That was at 18 minutes. That was 18 minutes, Rockhard.
Yes.
After, what, 4 or 5 big-ticket team fights that Omega won, trades that Omega won, JP comes in with the clutch.
I was actually going to bring that up. If you look at the scoreboard, it's actually pretty bloody. It's a relatively bloody game. It doesn't end here, by the way. This is barely the beginning. And I would say that, you know what, this was an immense defense that was put up by Omega. You cannot count him out. Big J was making the play, man.
Kudos to Omega again. It being the Rattlesnake lineup wherein they can engage from many different angles, many different ranges. That's the main reason why they were able to defend. They came in from the back, the SOD at close to point blank, but it allowed for Jome to punish the low health members of Team Liquid PH, to kick them right out of their base, to maybe fight for another day, to extend the game up to 24 and a half minutes. Talking about how Benny Cutie was the main source of another type of re-engage or a way to punish this strat by Smart Omega. Look at the rest of the lineup. 4D, Saida, Sanji, they're very fixed as to how far and where they can fight from.
Very one-dimensional.
Yeah, well, one-dimensional in the sense that you know what they're up to.
That's right.
Benny, on the other hand, can close the gap with the Lycan Pounds and then disengage with the transformation to allow for himself a better angle. That's why there were a few highlights wherein he was chasing down Jome, wherein he was threatening Jome.
And then backing off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
While he was in Lycan form, he would claw away at the softies, and then in human form, he would punish those tougher targets, that being Ryota and Chakri.
Yeah, it actually was just that. I think we saw it in the highlight as well, where, all right, he jumped in, and then backed off, and then went back in. It was just really a big mind game from TLPH, and again, from one of the legendary players here of TLPH, of course, Benny Cutie.
That's right. They were really pushing the boundaries of what's possible with their heroes. And speaking of which, pushing his boundaries, stepping up to everyone's expectations and the pressure of the world watching, Zyda on this Ling. Sure, for a majority of this 24-minute game, he was on the back foot. He was just split pushing, taking what camps he could. But best believe, as soon as JP and Benny Cutie said, it's go time, let's go Liquid, it's go time, Zyda came in and actually used the Ling to its strengths. Luckily, this was super late game. This was ultra late game. He scaled up.
It was very on point, honestly. He did a job in the early game that was expected of the Ling.
What you
and
could.
I would say a little bit more when he was trying to bait out some fights. Like, I think the casters mentioned it, right? He was trying to use the Tempest of Blades, and they thought they were going to fight, but they weren't. So it was like just giving a maximum amount of map control here for the team.
And that's key to extending this game to the point wherein Team Liquid PH could actually win. And now, all the more, something that Jose and Joseph mentioned.
The JJ.
They're literally just both Jose or literally just both Joseph.
That's right.
All right? Is it now the time for Team Liquid PH to step up to the plate and be the late game team? To be the comeback squad season 14?
I would say so. I would say that's exactly the direction that they're going to right now. And trying to get it from Smart Omega, nonetheless. Of all the teams.
Of all of them, right? But real quick, I will allow for that. I will say yes, I will agree. Only if they go 30-something minutes again and win.
All right, so we have a timer now. 30 minutes. And maybe they can be the new comeback kings. But
what was that against FCAP? 36?
Yes.
Something like
34,
that.
34.
That was close, though.
Yeah,
When they almost
close.
beat Falcons APBren, that was close. So more of these late game victories, these comebacks from Team Liquid, then yeah, they will confirm be the comeback kings of 2024.
And we're going to go in a quick meta check before we bounce back, because we got it. You've been itching to talk about this. We've been itching to discuss Chip, the permaban of Red side.
No.
100%, 56 out of 60.
Nobody.
Right now.
Nobody. 100% contention rate, 100% ban rate, and all of those bans from Red. Number one, we keep mentioning how Blue side has a major, and of course, objective advantage. That's why Red side has the advantage, because if the chip goes through, best believe, first phase Blue pick, gonna be chip. And in comparison to these major heroes like 1-1, Fredrin, Matilda, and Nolan in the past, as nice as it is to have a 88, 85, 88, 89% ban rate last season in Nolan and Matilda, so far, Rockart, 60%. 69, that's the whole season, all right?
Yeah.
60 games?
Halfway.
That's just the halfway point. That's ridiculous. And how perfect is it that our MVP in Game 1 is one of the most notorious chip players when he was allowed through JP.
That's right. So keep your eyes on the prize, guys, especially if you're fighting against TLPH. Keep it on the ban.
All the more.
All the more. Ban it twice if you must. Because that's just how good JP is on that hero as well. And yes, the chip can really dominate in the competitive scene.
Yes.
But of course, we have a completely different stat when it comes to your ranked game.
There's a different story when you look at Mythical Glory, 50 stars up, Mythical Honor, 25 stars up, 10% ban rate, 24% ban rate, reverse respectively. The reason why this is, folks, is because Chip is a hero that demands on-point communication.
Exactly.
And that just all the more explains why players like JP, Ogwin, Raflesia, JP is very familiar with this gentleman. They are so good at talking to their teams and orchestrating these 5-man collapses that they demand 100%. In ranked games, how often do you play with 5-man? And how often do you have 5-man with comms?
I guess. That's the reason why it's, it just goes down. It demands maximum attention, and your ultimate basically is useless if the team doesn't know or you can't coordinate well with your team. Chip mains in the comment section. If you guys are there, please let us know. If you are a Chip main, raise your hand and let us know how it feels to play Chip on a 5-man and how it feels to play it on solo rank.
Yeah, not many people will play it solo rank.
Right?
Here's the thing, even on a mechanical level, right? The fact that at the push of a button, you could all just go to a single place to team fight, already that's a borderline broken thing.
Big advantage, to say, putting it lightly.
Yeah.
So right now, obviously, Chip, we just wanted to bring that up there in case you guys are wondering why it's permaban. But for now, though, obviously Omega comes out on the... It ran out. The Omega timers ran out.
Yeah.
But here, I'm going to put this out there, right?
Okay.
Because it feels like TLPH had to maximize each and every hero just to eke out that win. Even the iframes of the Roger. If Omega were just 1% off today, that might have been anything that Omega... Sorry, if TLPH was 1% off, that might have been anything that Omega needed to win the game.
Oh, yeah, the game could have literally ended at like 17, 18 minutes.
Yeah, it's really scary.
It's just Team Liquid hungry for the win, and they really just wanted to get there.
And I wonder if you guys are hungry for diamonds. Because if you want diamonds,
I am.
90,000 diamonds are up in store for you here in the MPL Arena. Go to the venue and post the live experience that you had here with the hashtag MPL S14 live experience right there, and win up to 90,000 diamonds. So post it on Facebook and post it on TikTok. Make sure it's on public and tag the official pages of MPL Philippines, because there's a lot of people here. And
I just checked; it's a full house still.
It's a full house again. Match number 1, surprised. Match number 2, I guess not really. And again, you just let us know what your thoughts are, what your experience was, and that's all you need to do to get 90,000. Part of that 90,000. I don't know if one guy is going to get 90K.
What is the prize pool like? One guy or gal?
I wonder, right?
What's the breakdown?
Maybe between 2 45K. I don't know.
Still
You'll find out when you go here. There you go.
Join in to find out.
So that's going to be it for that one. So hopefully you join us. If not now, maybe book it in advance. Maybe week number 5 we'll see you. Week number 6. Honestly, we still have 4 weeks, a whole month of regular season to play here. So we're at Green Sun. Book it online on ph-mpl.com/tickets, and that's where you are. But right now, for the people, speaking of people on the venue, we're gonna look for one of the favorites, a crowd favorite now. It's a Smart gameplay pose with hashtag the power of Smart. I wonder what we're gonna copy today, because we've been doing a lot of nonchalant poses recently.
I would prefer the more active poses. I want something physically demanding.
Physically demanding.
Who is this? Oh, that's...
Well, I guess...
You know, in honor of Zyda's win, I'll allow it. There you go.
For the win. And you gotta do the face as well, man.
It's a slight tilt. I'd say that's like a 10-15%, 15-degree angle.
Yeah.
And then, folks, that is the
attitude.
Left hand open, right hand fist.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So I guess this can come close, but the cameraman doesn't think so.
Yeah, you gotta have intense eyes.
There you go. The intensity. You gotta mimic the intensity of Zyda here, who is playing on all cylinders today.
Whoa! Wait, no! Jutsus are not part of it.
Yeah, that's not fair.
All
that
right.
is not fair.
Yeah, I'm on this guy's side. There you go.
He's got the right attitude. He's got the right aura.
I'm with it.
Right? You can't trick that with techniques. You can't trick that with jutsu. Right. So, at least for now, we have a winner. And again, I'm looking forward to the really demanding ones. Maybe they're saving it for playoffs. I don't know. But we're looking for the really physically demanding. Like,
yeah, we have a little bit of that.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly.
That
that
was pretty
one.
good. But,
that's pretty good.
You know, a little, it's fine. You know, like with the tilt.
It's like you're just saying thank you or something. Or
yeah, or he's ready to fight.
Ready? Oh yeah, right.
You know who's ready to fight?
Who?
Smart Omega.
Smart Omega. They're going blue, and what's their win percent rate on blue? 88.
Pretty high.
It went down maybe a tad.
Because they lost.
Because they lost one, but still relatively high, right? It's like Falcons APBren on blue side as well, and FNOP on blue side win rate. Wow. Yeah. So it's still kind of a good advantage, good thing for Omega to get this side.
Still objectively the best side to stand on and to pick from. I guess that's why they picked blue here, is because they want to force game 3.
Yeah.
Team Liquid on match point. Rather, it's Team Liquid who picks, because again, Omega is home, so that's how that explains that. So folks, sorry for the confusion. It's Team Liquid who's choosing blue now. Again, all the more.
Oh, there it is.
We're at match point. We want to win. Just take blue.
Thank you so much. There you go. We confirm it, and TLPH does, I believe we'll see it in the bid, a relatively high blue side win rate as well. Again, maybe most of the teams in the MPLPH does have that high of a win rate. We'll see as we head into game number 2 here for TLPH versus Omega.
You see what I'm seeing? The Tigreal ban. Daddy JP,
Respect.
get out of here.
There are no shortcuts in life.
And there's a chip, of course. They teased us. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, look, we're not going to ban the chip.
And earlier it did show in the stat. It's 100% red side, but first ban 56/60.
There you go. So some teams are gonna try to play around with it,
And
but
tease it out, right?
At the end of the day, you know you gotta ban it. Okay, so what's left out here open? The Edith, the Roger, the Zask, the Jushin.
Azushin. Oh my goodness, I would not be surprised, but it's Edith for the first pick. Now, a lot of people would contest, you know what, Zushin, oh, so good, why not pick it up? You know what, it's still kind of...
You gotta build around it.
You gotta build around it.
It's
That's
not
the thing.
it doesn't win on its own.
Yeah, it doesn't have that oomph that Ililia has. It doesn't have so much control, but then again, you also have to draft heroes that will capitalize on the control that the Zushin can provide.
Yep, what's brewing? What's Coach Snap and Coach Lembot thinking? Still, again, the aforementioned Roger, either of the two mid laners, Zask, Jushin, still open. They're not a Terizla team. Like that's a Falcons APBren thing to do.
I would say more X-Borg than Terizla at this point, right? So you're gonna have to consider that. You know, there's a Zushin, and what's gonna use it? There you go,
What?
Big J.
Oh yeah, Roger's banned out. Yeah, never mind.
Big J, why not, right? He
J
played a really good game. Again, can't get enough of Big J here today, right? I feel like he did everything perfectly early.
All weekend he's played Moskov. Every single game so far.
Every single game?
That Smart Omega played in week 4. Played a Moskov.
Flashy accompaniment.
All right, there's a Zask, and of course the Ling. You know what's dangerous about this Ling, Rockart? Is it picked so early that Smart Omega can do just this. They can go toe-to-toe, and then they can pick up heroes that threaten Zyda's Ling. And you know what's scary? Team Liquid PH is going to be on the back foot. Midnight taught me this trick.
What?
In the school of Midnight drafting and analysis, if you have to pick up a hero in the first phase, and then in the second banning phase, ban heroes to protect that hero, you're on the back foot. You're playing defense.
And that's exactly what they might have to do here.
It's hard to attack from
right?
this angle.
Yeah, so they may be at a disadvantage right now, but again, that kind of depends on whether or not they're going to do exactly what you said. Are they going to have to ban out heroes that will protect the Ling in this scenario as well? We'll have to find out. What are the heroes that we're thinking about here?
I reckon they should. There's one, the Croc for sure, the Kufra, the Cho.
Kufra, yeah, there
the
you go.
Kaj, and what's difficult here is both teams might actually want to block out roamers. But here's the thing, by pick 4, as soon as we go back into the picking after bans, Omega goes first.
There it is. And that's exactly what they're going to capitalize on.
And it's not just any roamer they're playing with, it's that one, it's the Mamba!
It's the Mamba.
It's Joshua Mangilog!
Oh man, Gatot Gacha definitely is a really good pick, but I don't know how it's going to fare against the Fanny. Again, very hard to catch a Fanny if you don't have targeted crowd control, if you don't have skills that chase a Fanny across the board. I guess you could say the same for the Ling.
You're right! Oh, see?
They know!
And then Liquid's going to take out the Kufra. Like, you just wouldn't allow that. You just shouldn't.
So, there it is. As perfectly predicted right there.
So what's left? Do you just let both junglers, both assassins run roughshod? Is that what's going to happen here?
I think so. I think, yeah, they're just going to hunt each other down. What is this, the Wild West?
Check out the MPLPH page. You'll know what the Wild West looks like.
That's true. Right now, though, are they just going to leave it up in the air, hunt each other down here?
To be fair, there is one answer per side that is a soft answer.
What?
You have the Edith, so that the Fanny just can't randomly go around. And then you have the Moscow. But wait, there's one. That's an answer.
Yeah, it's very difficult for a Ling to play around
Does
if
that
there's
count?
a Barret's on the play.
You just time well the welcome or the missile experts, and the Ling just the floor is lava.
That's right.
Just,
you're not gonna have a fun time. And now, what's the pick? That's Jawhead.
That's JH.
Assault unit awaiting orders, TACOM.
And carry.
Carry.
Okay, so that's what you pull up against the Jushin and the Barats.
All right. Great answer against the Zushin.
But they still need a roamer.
But then again, you still need someone to answer this carry, this Fanny.
And this Ling.
I guess you could kind of rely on Onward and Earth Shatter, but it's hit very miss. Some people would say hit and miss, but it's more miss than hit.
All right, there's one. You protect yourself from the carry, the Edith, and the Zask.
What about Lolita?
And then you bonk the Ling out of the sky.
All right. So I guess both sides have answered, I would say, pretty appropriately. But it's soft.
It's soft, yes.
Right.
I wouldn't say it's like full on, like you're countered. It's more of soft answers.
Yeah.
to keep him under control. No jumpy.
No
Bonk.
jumpies. And I've seen Lolitas fly all the way across half the map, chasing someone.
Really?
To bonk. I've seen it happen half. It's going to be so much fun.
All right.
Either way, assassin versus assassin, answer for answer. It'll be a fun time here for this one. What do you think? No one's on top here.
Neither, no. But I'd like to think maybe TLPH are playing with momentum.
Let's wait and see. Throw it over to our casters to take us to the game.
Woo!
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking down the draft here for game number 2. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingon after an amazing game number 1. And I gotta say, man, I wasn't expecting it to go as long as it did. It looks like we're gonna have some time to share our thoughts, of course, in comparison also with the panel here. But game 1 was amazing. It was good discipline also, I'd say, coming out from TLPH, as hard of a defense that they had to get through from Smart Omega. But I don't know, what are you feeling? And I know you had to take a couple breaths through that game too. There was a whole lot of action.
It was wild.
How do you think this one's gonna go?
Again, we have Assassin's matchup, Ling versus Fanny. So I'm hoping it's going to be a fast-paced early game.
Fast-paced early, okay.
But who's the roam again for TLPH? Was it the Jawhead?
Jawhead, yeah. So it's Jawhead versus Lolita, I believe it is.
So you'd want lockdown onto the Fanny. It really depends if JP again performs exceptional, like what happened a while ago. Because earlier, game number 1, we've seen Andoryu start very strong. That's a 3-0-1 KDA for the Julian. So if they don't manage to catch this Fanny, it's going to be a huge, huge problem for TLPH.
They have to catch the Fanny. I think part of it too is in the hands of Andoryu. I think when people see Andoryu for the first time play like some of these assassins, even off the top of my head, like when he played the Hayabusa, he's such a mechanically gifted player that now he's going to be playing the Fanny, a hero that is still, even in the hands of some of the best players in the league around the world, if you will, is still a risky pick. Like it is one of those heroes that, you know, you can either snowball out of your mind or you can also just get completely choked out of your own resources, and then you're just kind of there. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that with the lineup and with the risk that they're taking of bringing out the Fanny in this pick, like they're able to synergize well with it and then get the snowball going early on.
Yeah, basically there's no in-between when it comes to Fanny. But one thing for sure is we are heading back to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Okay, so Shaknu this time opting for the Lolita. I think it's for really Benny QT and again the Primal Wrath, because a while ago Ryota used Edith. He was able to dish out the damage, and Omega knows this. That's why Lolita is a good pick up against a late game hero like Kari as well.
Yeah, it's good coverage. And taking a look at the emblems as well real quick. Of course, you're still going to have Lethal Ignition here for Fanny. You got the Warcry there on the other side. The Link, early defensive flicker to Jome. Feeling the pressure with JP kind of just staring him down. Shaknu has to join the fight, so he's going to be there to kind of protect Jome. And I think that's the thing. Every single, I don't know, actually, I'm not sure if it's every single series, but the Mozgov's still popping up a lot, right? Almost in, at least for every series. You see it at least once, I would say. And for the most part, that's the thing. Both these lineups, just like we saw in Game 1, you still have side lane pressure. Whether that's the Ling here for TLPH, whether that's Jome on the Mozgov. And, you know, that's part of it, too, is throwing in those Spirit Destructions, finding the right positioning that you can do. Now, one of the big parts also is this Barrett's pick. Again, another pick that we don't see often. We even talked about it, that it doesn't pop up at all in the jungle now. So Ryota, oh, hold on, there's a lot of focus up here.
Okay, it's just Jome left.
It's Jome again.
But okay, JP goes right in. Is he going to be able to cast the ejector? He does, and I think it's going to be a first blood kill onto TLPH. Luckily, Benny QT was the one who got that kill.
That's tough for Jome because they knew his flicker was down. They just tried to do the thing, you know, just a minute and a half ago.
Yeah.
So the call was there, and Jome was very far into the lane. Gets tossed up. He knows he's playing against a Jawhead, and, you know, it finds that range to get the ejector off. So that's a tough start in the gold lane, and with that, this turtle's up here, and TLPH is just going to go ahead and take it.
See, a strong start for TLPH. Gets a kill onto the gold laner of Omega plus the turtle. So, contrast to what happened during game number 1, it's actually TLPH on the driver's seat right now. Again, Andoryu had the 3-0 KD, 3-0-1 KDA first 5 minutes of the game, plus the turtles. So, Omega really needs to step up, because if we reach the late game, okay, they have the Moskov. But again, if Zyda snowballs and Benny QT is activated right away, they could end this in 12 minutes, in 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's the thing. In the hands of Benny QT with the carry here. Early kills already going to give him the advantage that, you know, Benny QT is going to play around with. That's why still you see so much focus here in the gold lane. They'll go ahead and just try to do the same thing, and everybody knows that play, right? TLPH is also going to stay up there because there's not really anything else you can find. Like, if you think about it.
Okay, they want to go for the stun. Look at the cables coming in.
Stun?
Plus the Numinum Blast, but Benny QT manages to stay alive. Now the counterattack for TLPH. Zyda will finish the job as brings down Chaknu. Now Omega still no trade for Omega despite them starting that rotation up top.
Great defensive just positioning for Benny QT. I'm surprised he was able to stay alive. Yeah, he did have to pop the Purify, but still enough to kind of keep him in that and not go down and lose that lead that he had. So everything being thrown at him. Once again, JP still kind of being a menace here on this Jawhead pick. Berserker's Fury now being picked up for Zyda as well. And this is what we were talking about, the snowball potential for both junglers. But right now, it's everything that TLPH is just doing by the book, building up that lead they have here. And so I think this is going to get tougher here, Ingon, especially the fact that, like I was saying, one of the weak points of the Fanny is if you get behind, it's tough to come back from that.
Yeah, especially up against the Jawhead. That's right now 0-0-2. So Leo's been saying this a lot, that to fight off the Jawhead, but wait a minute. Ryota, Daytona's welcome onto JP. Are they going to be able to finish him off? Spear of Destruction will connect. Jome is in the picture right now, but the first man down is okay. Andoryu manages to stay alive. Look at Sanford with the Primal Wrath as Zyda brings down Chaknu. Again, still no trade for Omega. Zyda wants to go right after Jome here. And that's a 4-0 kill scoreboard plus 2 turtles for the Cavaliers.
TLPH taking everything here in that early game, not giving any room to work for Omega. And it all started again with that first blood pickoff on Jome earlier on. So now you're back further going against the wall. They're going to have to find some type of play here.
Whoa, look at the cables from Andoryu, but again, almost is never enough. That's the second time that they almost got a hold of Benny QT.
Oh, hold on. They might go for their own counterplay here. Ryota, quite tanky on this Barretts, but waiting on the rest of the team, going to be able to spot them out.
Okay, Daytona's welcome once again, plus the flicker combination, but is it going to be enough to bring down JP? Because so far he's still here. He has to use the flicker to walk away, but look at the Numinum Blast coming in. But the first man down still is JP. Ryota still alive, but Sanford says no. 1-for-1 trade. Ryota and JP will fall down. They're not yet done because Zyda right now has the Finch boys. Can actually go down right after Chaknu. Tempest of Blade manages to escape the Spear of Misery as they try to bring down Chaknu here. A killing spree coming in from Zyda. Sanford not yet done. Earth Shatter combination, but Joe manages to walk away safe. One member down for Omega, 1 member down for TLPH.
Oh, man. Again, even with utilizing the Jawhead here for JP, or whether it's Sanford on the Edith, the timing and the overlapping of things from TLPH, just from battle spells to ultimates to positioning, are tough to play against. Even when you're under your own turret, what do you do?
Yeah.
If you're Smart Omega and you're down now nearly 5,000 gold, you got to look at how the items fall into place too. They're falling behind. JP again.
Oh, another ejector play. Joe manages to escape, but Zyda with the Tempest of Blades to bring him down. 0-2-2 for Big J. Not a good start for Omega, and I do agree. Look at the lineup of TLPH. 4 out of the 5 heroes, technically, they dive. If you count how Benny QT plays, he honestly dashes forward, so he's also a diver for TLPH.
Okay. Getting a little breather here. Ingon, what do you think? Because now we've seen a couple times where even Ryota has gone in. You know, he's utilized the Daytona's welcome. He's even flickered using it, trying to, you know, get this advantage with taking someone away from TLPH, getting that space, and then they want to burst someone down, but what are they? What is it? Are they just lacking the damage right now to actually follow up on that?
Yeah, they lack the damage so far because Jom not off to a good start. Even Andoryu having trouble in his own jungle. And the problem is, they commit the Daytona's Welcome onto JP, even used the Flicker. And after all that, JP was still able to escape. Even the Numinum Blast for Chaknu connected onto JP.
Yeah.
But still, he was able to escape. So right now, they need to pick their targets properly. Again, I know it's hard because Benny QT, we have been mentioning his positioning is always superb. There are there are 2 instances wherein Andoryu almost had it, almost was able to bring down Benny QT. But right now, if you're Omega, you really have to pick your targets because so far JP's tanky. You don't want to go for Sanford because you're just helping him stack up his passive. So it's really all eyes on Benny QT, all eyes on Zyda. If you could perform the Daytona's Welcome to Zyda, that would be great.
Yeah, it's... I love seeing the pictures, by the way, from the audience here. But yeah, I think that's part of the main thing. I'm sure, you know, our viewers online, too, for the international English stream will agree. Like, Swan Omega, they're getting outgunned, outmaneuvered right now. They're having a difficult time, and I don't, like, when I see this kind of lineup, and again, I already said it before we head into the game, you pick up a Fanny. You don't get to get the lead that you're looking for. How much use do you have as the game gets that mid to late game transition? You know, that's the thing. I think, you know, maybe the best players out there that like to main the Fanny and everything will say, well, you know, you always have this impact. Like, you always can. And I would say for the most junglers, like, you do have an impact.
Yeah.
But with someone like Fanny and the rest of your team is also falling behind and you don't really have much else going for you right now, how far can you delay the game? Like, that's the thing. How far can you build up the time that you need to get the items you need? Hey!
Whoa!
Big shout out. That's Leo with his drawing, of course. Joshua here, too. He's got the whole lineup. TLPH there.
Yeah, huge shout out for a super fan, Jonathan Kua. He has a lot of drawings for not just the players, but also all of us.
Who else has he got? Oh, he's going to show us more, but we're going back into the game.
I actually like your point, Naisu, wherein you said that what Fanny can do. So far, so far Andoryu has been split pushing. But again, if you're this behind, eventually TLPH is going to go right after your purple buff, and Omega will have to, you know, protect that purple buff. So they have one more in their plate to deal.
Yeah. And as soon as this tier 1 goes down, which is right now, then the focus is protect the purple buff even more.
This is the goal of Omega and the goal of TLPH. Zyda surveying the scene here. I think they have to give it because 5 members of TLPH is here. Andoryu goes in, but
goodbye.
JP! Look at the catch! That was a flying Andoryu!
It's... I don't know, man. With a jawhead there, I would not want to be playing a Fanny. You come swinging in, and JP's like, come to my arms, I'll throw you in the air. Oh.
Wow. I mean, JP so far has been playing phenomenally. A while ago, earlier, we've seen him with the Tigreal. Who could forget? Even Antianara from the Phil panel said that that was the turning point of game number 1, the 4-man implosion play. But right now, that's what you want from Omega. That's what you want from Chaknu. Where is the turning point for the Barangay to turn things around and force a game 3?
That's a good question. It's loaded because, you know, every time we get a glimpse at things, it's just more going bad. Well, you know, and at that point, we'll go back to our super fan here, Jonathan. Who is this? Are those both Chantel? That's both Chantel. I think it is. He's got more. I want to see what more Jonathan has while we wait to get back to this game, because right now, nothing's changing. Swan Omega is just down.
Who's the one
I think that was Brigida?
Brigida, that's
Is that Brigida?
Oh, I think so too. And
if you guys are wondering about ours, we already have them. Jonathan did a great job. He handed us our pictures already.
I even have Chip on my back.
You have Chip on yours?
Yeah, I have. See?
Why do you have Chip, by the way?
I don't know. I don't even use Chip.
That is a really good chip. I wish we could show our audience right now. That's a really good chip.
Whew.
I just have mine in my pose, my normal pose.
Your Superman pose.
Yeah.
Your Clark Kent. Is that right, Clark Kent?
What's Clark Kent?
Okay, Clark Kent. Okay. I got confused. But look at this. This is what you get when you watch in Green Sun Hotel. You get to flex your girlfriend.
And your pets.
And your pets. and what you want the world to read about your message. Because so far, all of our fans are having a fun time here. Especially the ones who experienced Series 1, our star match, went to 3 games. And I'm just really hoping this series would also go to a game number 3. Aww.
Yeah, at this point with game number 3 on a wish list, so it's looking pretty scary for all the Brungai out there.
Yeah.
And which is crazy because, like you said, game 1 was an amazing game. You know, it was very close. It was very just I would even say like it was just a battle, you know, between these two. And for this one, something's completely changed here where it just feels like they're so far behind. They're trying to scrape up what they can, and I think it's at least for the next couple of minutes, man. I would say at least for the next 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Smart Omega will be having a difficult time trying to just focus on catching up here.
Yeah, and I actually noticed that Chaknu, instead of going for the flicker, went for the revitalize for the extra sustain. So I was asking you a while ago, when will the Mamba have a JP moment, a game 1 JP moment to turn things around? It's hard to do that when you're a Lolita with a revitalize. You know, less mobility, less out of nowhere Numinum blasts because you don't have the flicker. So
yeah, what's better? I wonder what. Oh, hold on. We're going back into the game. Here we go. Jumping in the game, back to it. Nearly the 8-minute mark. Lord still a minute away.
Whoa!
TLPH is like, yeah, we're feeling antsy here. We're gonna go ahead and spam the recalls.
We're fine. We're unbothered. It's 8 minutes in. You have a Fanny. We know how to counter out the Fanny, especially in the early game. And so far, TLPH, the Cavalry, has done a wonderful job. And JP with the throw onto Ryota. Is he going to be able to sustain it? Manages to catch someone, but Zyda finishes him off as they work on the middle lane turret. And Sanford with another setup here. Chaknu has to use the Numinum Blast just to delay, but Andoryu manages to catch Zyda. That's a 1-for-1 trade. But the problem is the Holy Shield in the middle lane has been popped up. Andoryu wants to run after JP, but JP manages to escape.
He's on out of there. That was a great synergy coming out from TLPH, of course. Great to see. And even for Sanford to jump in with a flicker, gets the knockups there with the Earth Shatter, multiple members, but still, they do go in a little bit too far. They get punished a little bit slightly. Smart Omega still has a lot of ground to cover, though. Knowing that Zyda is now back up full force, it looks like Smart Omega, despite being down 6,000 gold, they're confident enough to sit up here in the front and face off against TLPH. The problem is JP, just with a little, showing, he's going to zone them out.
It's
I
a
think
good
they just want to find it out.
It's a good conceal play from JP, but the missile experts are here. Unstoppable force as Zyda gets the Lord. JP is going to fall down, but here comes Sanford with a Primal Wrath. Chaknu is the next man down. Wants to go right after Ryota. He has to flicker away. 3 members are left, and Sanji finishes off Ryota.
And Doru.
Oh, look at this. Andoryu still not done, but Sanford with the onward combination. Almost. But TLPH, Zyda secures the Lord.
Almost, and it makes me just wonder, what if the beginning of the game was different here for Smart Omega? What if Andoryu wasn't this far behind in terms of even itemization on a Fanny pick like this? You know, he's been trying to find what he can. Here it is.
Going right after Sanji. Wants to force out the Dominator's descent.
Hold it, he gets a flicker out at least.
Okay.
But now they're going to have to defend against this push from the Lord.
Okay, Chaknu charging up the Numinum Blast. They want to work on this Lord, but look at JP with the flicker, and it's not going to connect to anyone. Chaknu used the Guardian's Barrier.
Chaknu!
Chaknu got erased in the map! And now the base of Omega is exposed.
Yeah, it looked like that was already a successful defense. Chaknu was playing pretty up front. He didn't have the Numinum Blast anymore, so I almost think that maybe he didn't have to go down, but ultimately it's the same thing. That mid turret in Smart Omega's base is going to go down. The shield is going to pop here on the bottom side, and they're still 10,000 gold behind. It's a massive deficit they have to work for. And Andoryu, at this point, there's not really anyone that he can just assassinate. That's the thing. That's the difficult part here. Looking at the damage profile, the damage dealt as well, this is tough. Jome not felt like at all on the Moskov this time around. Very small damage done, and that's what the thing. look at his items. He's got a Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff, doesn't have DHS yet, had to get some defensive as well because of the pressure that they're feeling. So that's what I'm saying. I think they still need to buy at least a few minutes here.
And it's all JP's fault.
That's right.
Because the first 2 deaths of Jome was a rotation from TLPH, specifically from JP, targeting Jome, giving BennyQt the space he needs to farm up and dominate the gold lane. And look at TLPH, 10.7k gold lead, just TPing in the middle lane.
Yeah, Sanford's feeling pretty good. You know, it's him and JP. They're just finding the marks when they need to. Whether that's again, either if both of them use a flicker or not, they're always a threat. And that's what they play around with. Meanwhile, BennyQt's had the time of his life on this carry in this game too, where he's really just been taking it to town, farming up, you know, doing his thing. And at this point, Smart Omega's still trying to just scrape up what they can in the base. There's not much else they can do. And part of this as well is, you know, Ukir picking up this Jushin pick. They have 2 Radiant Armors for TLPH, and that's why you don't really see too much. Like, you want to be able to utilize the utility of the beacon, the flare, bringing them back and everything else. But, like, they're just so tanky, and they're so far ahead that you don't really feel that damage from a utility mage.
Yeah, and even JP and Sanford, they're not necessarily, you know, manning the front line. It's always a quick conceal or a quick flicker in play. So there's not enough time for them to actually, for Ukir to actually have the stacks to use the Lantern Flare.
Here's the split push you were talking about. Something that Andoru can continue to do, but to at what cost, at what point? And even at this point, you know, he's probably, unless he goes and grabs his purple buff now, he's going to continue to feel it just stolen from him. For TLPH, massive lead.
Okay, okay! Earth Shatter Flicker combination. Zaida on the chase onto Andoryu, but manages to escape. That was another close one for Omega.
Remember when I asked, when we went into this game, what about the Fanny? If you don't get that momentum you're looking for, what can you do? The JP, again, concealed play is going to be here. They're going to push it in.
Okay, they have to deal with the Lord plus the 5 members of TLPH. Earth Shatter combination from Sanford is here. Ryota manages to catch Sanford with the Daytona's welcome. But look at that, Dominator's Descent will be casted as well as the Primal Wrath. Chaknu dishing out the Guardian's Barrier. Oh no, Chaknu's the first man down as well as Andoryu. Jome has to walk away as TLPH works on the crystal. A triple for Zaida and a sweep for TLPH.
And you can hear it once again. Let's go Liquid. The crowd erupts. It's a sweep here against Smart Omega. Tough game for them, tough match. And TLPH, very promising, even with that little change up they had, of course, bringing in Zaida to this one, looking great as ever. Very momentum-based, too. I mean, just a massive game, too, for them. Nearly 11,000 at one point ahead of Smart Omega.
Yeah. Made quick work up against Omega. Zaida showing that he can fill the shoes of KyleTzy so far. 2 games, 2 links, 2 wins. And man, we have to give a lot of credit as well to Sanford.
Yeah.
The Earth Shatter plus JP's plays.
JP, time and time again.
JP, it's really all your fault. I mean, even if Sanford was the last man to set up, it was JP who started things off because of the 2 pickoffs onto Jome.
Yep. Once again, as they take their bow here, Smart Omega still did a good, like a relatively good job in the first half of the regular season. A lot that they can take from these first matches that they had into the second phase of regular season. Obviously, some kinks they got to work out in the lineups and everything else that they have here, and they've shown us. But again, a sweep here for TLPH. We're going to have to throw it over on stage to hear from them and Mara. That's going to be it for me, Naisu, and Ingon. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Congratulations to TLPH! It's so nice to see you back on the MPL stage. Anong pakiramdam? Welcome back!
Masaya po ako na nakapaglaro ko kayo, tas maganda po yung pinakita ng team namin.
Masaya din kami that you're back in action. Ito naman, Sanford, ikaw naman. Alam mo, yung nangyayari ngayon, you guys had 2 losses, 1 win, and then a loss again. Hindi kami sanay sa up, down, up, down. What did you guys have to face and how did you guys fix it to go back to your winning ways?
Siguro sa hero pool lang po namin na kinukulang po kami sa draft and ayun, ginawan po namin ng paraan last week so buti naman nagawa ng paraan.
It's been a while. Actually, tumatawa kayo. It's been a while since nakita na witness namin na naglo-lose. You guys had two matches lose streak. It's been a while since we saw that. Kasi alam naman natin nag-dominate kayo even in the world stage. So pag mga ganun yung mga nangyayari, hindi ba, paano ba? Ano ba nangyayari sa mindset nyo? Kasi that's something that we're all not used to.
Yung inisip po namin, normal lang po yun kasi may mga teams po na lumalakas and yun yung parang sign na hindi kami dapat magpabaya and mas mag-improve pa po kami.
And it's so nice that you guys are back in your winning ways with a sweep. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Parang unanimous. Sino? Ang galing ah. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Kasalanan ni JP! Congratulations! Uy, MVP! Alam ko mahiyain ka, pero tinan mo, yung mga cavalry natin dito, todo suporta sa inyo. Full house tayo ngayon. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Ayun, thank you sa pag-support kahit natatalo na kami. Sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami.
But now, sweep! Congratulations! At congratulations din sa ating lucky winner na mananalo ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Ito na ang ating lucky fan of the day. Hello! Para kang nagmo-model, paakyat dito. Uy, may appear. Magkakilala ba kayo? Magkakilala ba kayo? Nag-appear kayo eh.
Di naman po, pero lagi lang po kami nagkikita sa MPL.
Lagi kayo nagkikita sa MPL kasi lagi kang nanonood ng MPL.
Yes po.
Okay, sinong favorite player mo dito?
Si Benny Cutie po.
Si Benny Cutie. Bakit hindi mo inaperan si Benny Cutie?
Hindi niya nag-grease ng hand.
Hindi ka daw nag-raise ng hand. Oh, appear. Oh, Benny Cutie, tabi kayo. Bakit si Benny Cutie?
Gusto ko po kasi yung attitude niya pagdating sa game. Then, yung personality niya. So, ayun. Kumbaga parang na-inspired din kami as a player sa kanya. So, yun.
Alam mo yung hikaw mo, parang yung sa taas ng pinto, yung parang malalaman kung may papasok. Oh, Benny Cutie, ano sasabihin mo sa kanya? Ikaw yung hinahangaan niya.
Ano yung name?
Cole.
Okay, Cole. Thank you sa support sa akin and sa team. Yun. Sana masaya ka lagi.
Sana masaya ka lagi. Masaya ka na ba?
Thank you.
Congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds! And now, yan, shake hands. Ayun, isa-isa. Iisa-isahin niya. Kasi hindi siya inaperan ni Benny Cutie. Bumabawi si Cole. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Sasama ka, yes. You take a walk of victory with them. Congratulations to TLPH, showing their strength and why they are one of the best in the world. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass up.
As one Titan falls, another does rise today, and it is in a very, very convincing fashion as well. TLPH with a sweep against Smart Omega.
All right, so all is well with the world, but as a honorary member of the barangay, I think them closing off the first half at the hands of Sanford, JP, and Zaida with a sweeping loss, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. You know why? It's because Liquid played out of their minds. Look at that. I think if there's anything that our casters weren't able to say about this whole match, is a sentence that Ingan could not finish.
What?
He was saying, oh, Leo always says this about the Jawhead. It's because when you play as the Jawhead, you always have to be on the offensive. You always have to find ways to make your opponents think that they're not safe. And that's exactly what JP did alongside the game MVP, Sanford. Off the back of the Edith and the Jawhead, you were never safe. Not a single bush, not at any range. is because both of them were playing flickers.
Essentially very difficult to counter-engage as a Jawhead. You always have to be proactive,
Yep.
and you always have to be on target, which I think they were. Despite Andoryu playing out of his mind on this Fanny today, he was getting hunted down as well by the onwards of this Edith, and it's surprisingly really good.
Yeah, it's counterproductive to say, oh, so I have to make sure I have initiative over the Jawhead, so I'm going to be aggressive with it. But sometimes that's exactly what a team like Team Liquid PH wants you to think. And looking at the final stats of Sanji and Benny, deathless, Rockheart, deathless.
Yeah, as flawless as you can get.
They were setting it up. They were saying, all right, so eat me up, Ryota. Go ahead, Chaknu. Get in range. All right, pow, we're going to punish. And that's all sorts of damage you can imagine. Magic, physical, true. Then Zyda just comes in, clean up house.
Yeah, the punish is real in a lot of these fights. Despite how, you know what, sometimes you would find maybe a bit of a shining light when Ukir makes a play. You know that there was always going to be an answer. And it was definitely a lot easier for TLPH to execute this lineup.
Yeah, I guess troubleshooting, you know, in hindsight, the Jushin, as strong as she is as an individual hero, kit-wise, interaction-wise, it's just not the kind of damage and utility you want against a team or a lineup that Liquid brought in.
That's right.
It takes too much time.
I feel
You're
like
trying to set up the choke slam, the lantern flare, you've already been flipped over.
That's right. That's exactly what you're trying to bank on, to hold the early and the mid.
Yeah.
In the late game, maybe Jome would pop off. But then again, this was finished on 13 minutes, 54 seconds. They were not given a chance to pop off on the late game. Jome had no way to do it.
No. What Omega were walking into was an honest ramp-up, an honest front line against a draft that will do anything and everything to them but, right? Like say, all right, I'll fight. Just kidding, we'll throw you over, burst you down, what's next? You're down 3 dudes. That's exactly what led to Liquid just stampeding through. It's a Liquid stampede, if ever. 16 minutes, man. Oh, 16 kills to 4, under 15 minutes.
That's right.
That's what stampede is.
It's a Cavalier stampede for sure. Used to be, what do you call that? The Echo Express.
It's
now
Liquid
it's the
Stampede.
Liquid Stampede. And it was very difficult to actually fight against, despite having a Lolita, despite having a Barat.
Yeah.
It was played to a T, and you can't blame him. Honestly, they played each and every role perfectly.
Yeah, on a role per role, hero per hero, you can see how Omega was like, you know, approaching this potential problem. But when you put it all together, especially in exercise, in execution, Liquid just had their number. So now I'm going to ask you, Rockhart, how do you feel about Zyda coming in? Does this change Liquid's pace? Does this show us a different side of the cavalry? Does it look different to you? Could I have covered the name and say, look at this, who's that?
That's a good question, right? I think that's also something that you guys can answer, because honestly, for me, it felt like Zyda did exactly what Team Liquid PH were trying to do all week long, which is polish that early game. They did that in game number 2. Game number 1 was really 50-50. I'm not gonna lie. That you could have tossed the coin, that was it. But in game number 2, that was the goal for Team Liquid PH. Again, they said it themselves. They wanted to clean up that early game, not become the comeback kings of MPL PH. And I guess they did that right here.
Game 1, I'll agree with you. I will concur. Game 1 looked like Zyda's first outing in Season 14, definitely. Game 2 looked like what Liquid wanted to be anyways. Like, that is picture perfect, the performance they want. If they could play every single game moving forward, Season 14, like Game 2 here against Omega, we're looking at back-to-back champions.
Yeah, and these are the matches that you voted for. And Week 5 star match, TLPH versus FNOP is the winner. And I guess it's very fitting that they also won this match so that you guys... Oh, the 2 winners of today, by the way.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Time Slayers versus Times again!
Oh, woo! That's spicy right off the bat.
That's why Tony was sighing even after today's win. He's like, oh, come on!
Not again!
After FCAP, Liquid again?
Oh,
Another
man.
3-game series for sure.
So no breaks for Coach Tony today. No breaks all week long. He's probably going to be racking his brain, trying to catch up and make sure that all the holes are covered. But for now, this is what happened for our standings. Fnatic Onic still undefeated in week number 4.
7-0, a perfect first half, followed by Falcons APBren and Aurora, who stay the course at 5 points, followed up by Team Liquid, who, oh, look at that, are at the same spot as Smart Omega. Rockhart, literally the same.
They're tied for 4th.
Interesting. The way the way that the point system works now is it's so easy to see which teams are going neck and neck.
That's right. Not just in match point, obviously very easy to do that. After that, you just have to keep going down, right? Check the win-loss, check the net game wins, and the game win-loss. But for these two teams, they are literally twinning. I love what I'm seeing here for Smart Omega.
They have they have the rivals now.
Yeah, literal rivals, especially on the stats. So, I don't know about you, in the first half of the season, despite losing this one, Smart Omega is still doing good.
Yeah, I like how Smart Omega is doing now, more so that they've had their ups and downs. Because what if it crumbles prior to the playoffs, into the playoffs?
We'll have to find that out maybe for week 5. For now, though, we got a bit of a surprise for you. A nice treat, a mic check for TLPH in that last match. Thank
Ready. Patay.
About
what's that?
63 towers. 4 they're dead, meaning patay.
Dead. Yeah.
They're dead, and 1. Woo!
I guess that's kind of like a war cry to rally your teammates, right?
There's something primal and just relieving about a good.
Woo! You can say that again. Probably a sigh of relief with what happened there. It was still a very intense match.
And of course the dub. The fact that they won after, back-to-back losses.
That's right. And for our week 4-day pre-stands of our Infinix Fancy Laban, this is going to be pretty cool. Phoenix Army is leading with 5 points. Man, the Phoenix Army has been on a roll recently in terms of Fancy Laban.
That's right. Today, there was action between the Bees up against the Sonics, and then the Kabarangays versus the Cavaliers, and yeah, the Sonics and the Cavaliers won. Hey, doesn't that mirror real life?
It does.
Right?
Oh my goodness, all right. So the fans' energy is definitely like kind of transferring over to the teams
today specifically, but on a larger scale, like the big picture.
In general,
I'm happy to see at least the Phoenix Army doing well. Like, Phoenix Army, keep kicking butt.
Yeah.
I mean that also in the second half. Like, like even for TNC and Blacklist specifically.
Yeah, I hope some of that kind of just boils over as well. Because right now they need all the preparations they can get coming in this week. And again, in one of the most competitive MLBB regions in the whole world.
V,
literally.
Most competitive and strongest region in the world.
There you go. So you need everything you can get. And yeah, for now, it's going to be it. Week number 4. The first half has been a bit of a roller coaster. I don't know if you guys' your predictions are correct, but it's been through the roof.
Done and dusted. Wow, just like that. Bittersweet. Yeah. I'm happy that we're closer to the playoffs, closer to another M series, but wow, like 4 weeks like that.
Passed by, man. Passed by. And yeah, for sure, we will definitely watch a lot of these teams maybe change up over the week.
Oh, yeah.
Some new picks, some new picks they need to prepare for.
At this point, halfway through Season 14, new picks are still coming through. So who's to say? And it's been a while since a patch.
That's right. So what about you guys? Who do you think is possibly going to come out in week number 5? Maybe patch-wise, item-wise, rank game-wise, who knows? Stuff can go crazy here in MPLPH. So let us know that in comments. But now, that's going to be it for me. I'm Rockhart. This is Leo.
For sure.
I'm not Leo. I'll see you guys soon. But for now, throw it over to Mara. Close out the show.
Ends the first first half of a regular season. It's been a wild month for us witnessing the non-stop action. And next week, second round na ng ating MPL Philippines Season 14. Kaya dapat abangan natin yan because you never know what will happen. So kita-kits muli tayo for another round of intense action and non-stop moments. Dito lang yan sa MPL Arena. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you week 5.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!